Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Others, good morning. Let me message in the group. Good morning. Good morning. Chalo then, can we start? Yes. So first we will revise, then we will see the next topic. So in IFRS 16, I mentioned a very important topic for SBR, and under this, we have a lessor and a lessee. Lessee is a customer, lessor is a supplier. We have seen that, and the first important topic is whether the contract is a lease or not. Then the next is what lessee's accounting, advance and arrears. Then recognition exemption. Then we have seen sale and leaseback. Till here we have done. So today we will try to complete this chapter. This standard will be done. So I've taken a basic example that A is giving a property to rent on B. In that case, your lease accounting will apply. In this case, I had mentioned what B will normally do. B will normally record debit, expense, credit, cash for 5 years. But your lease accounting is saying what? Instead of complicating, they have mentioned what? They have complicated. They have mentioned all this. You have to discount it and record the value as right to use asset and lease liability. And when we record this right to use asset, this right to use asset will be treated as per IAS 40 or IAS 16. We record depreciation on this. Then lease liability. For lease liability, we prepare this amortization table and we record this as an interest expense. So debit finance cost, credit lease liability, this will be going under your financing category. And depreciation we will be recording. This depreciation, where do we record? In your operating category. This was the accounting treatment which we have seen. So see, so the first thing which we have learned is what the definitions are. Definition says what a lease is a contract that conveys the right to control the use of an identified asset for a specified period of time in exchange for consideration. And I mentioned you have to write down this point so that you get 1 marks. And after that, you have to see either the question will be based on what control or the question will be based on identified asset. The asset should be specified in the contract. Sir, can the supplier substitute the asset? Yes, the supplier can substitute the asset if damage is there or repair is necessary. And I mentioned that lessor can have what? Protective rights. We had taken the example also. Then what does control means? Ability to use the asset, direct the use of the asset, and take all the economic benefits and restrict some other party to take the benefits. Then the person is known as what? Sir, lessor, supplier. Lessee is known as customer. Then date of lease. In date of lease, we have seen two dates: inception date, commencement date. Commencement date is the date when the lessor will provide the asset to the lessee for use, and accounting will start on the commencement date. Whereas inception date, we say what? We on this date we decide whether the contract is a lease or not. Then this was the question which we had done the first type of question. Then we started with the accounting in the books of lessee. Initially, what will the lessee record? Initially, the lessee will record a right to use asset and lease liability. Then, sir, lease liability is what's a present value of the future cash flow discounted using the implicit interest rate. So, what are the cash flows which we include in lease? Fixed payment, less any incentives, variable payment that is based on what? Some index rate or consumer price index. Then exercise price of any purchase option If it is reasonably certain that the lessee will purchase, penalties we will consider, and guaranteed residual value. Now I had explained with this example what does guaranteed means, what does unguaranteed means. So I hope this is clear to everyone. Then what are the lease payment that will not be included? Unguaranteed residual value and lease payment allocated to non-lease component. This we will be seeing in detail today. Then the discount rate which we use is what? Implicit interest rate in the lease contract, that is lessors IRR. If implicit interest rate is not available, we use the incremental borrowing rate. Then sir, lease term. What did I mention for lease term? Lease term will include what sir? A non-cancelable period plus any option which the lessee has to extend, and if it is reasonably certain we add it. Now why this lease term is important? To calculate the depreciation. Then lease agreement sir, in this case also non-cancelable period I mentioned 5 years, but the option is that to extend the lease for 3 years, and an option is also that to terminate after 3 years. So can I say in that case non-cancelable period will not be 5 years, it will be 3 years. So the lease term will be 3 years if it is reasonably certain that the lessee will terminate the contract. Then right to use asset. Right to use asset will include what, sir? The present value, the amount of the initial measurement of lease liability, then payment made before the lease commenced. Before starting the lease, we have paid any amount like any deposit, less any incentive received, any initial direct cost, and the dismantling cost will be added. For this dismantling cost, we have already seen the accounting in IAS 16. Then, sir, what is the journal entry? If any payment is made before the commencement, prepaid lease payment, credit bank. Then at commencement of the lease, we say what? Right to use asset we record lease liability, and we say any bank, if any incentive is received, if we have done any payment, prepayment, or if any initial cost we have incurred, we remove it, and we record provision for dismantling. This was the inclusion. Then subsequent measurement, lease liability, we do what? We do unwinding. We follow the amortization table, we record finance cost, any payment, and we get the closing balance. So this is the amortization table in case of arrears. Arrears means the payment is done at the year end. Opening balance, finance cost, lease payment, and this one. But in case of this one, in case of advance, do we discount the first payment? We will never discount the first payment, but that amount will be included in the lease liability. We say opening lease liability. We have seen now here, we have done this no advance. In advance, we have seen this example. First year we will not discount, the only remaining 4 payments we discount, and we record right to use asset. When we record right to use asset, the full amount will be recorded. And sir, what will happen here? The payment will be reduced first. So initially, can I say how much will be my lease liability? My lease liability will be 31,690. On this we will apply interest, and this will be recorded, and this is the closing balance. Now here, what will be the current and non-current? Your current liability will be 10,000, the payment that is done next year, and the non-current will be 24,859. In case of your arrears, in case of arrears, non-current liability will be next year balance. Current liability will be total minus non-current part. And how will be present non-current, current, and finance cost in financing category. In case of advance, current liability is the payment done at the start of the next year, and the difference between the total carrying amount minus the current liability will be a non-current part. So then coming to right to use asset, sir. So what should we do for right to use asset? This right to use asset will be treated as per IAS 40 or IAS 16. If the lessee is using this for business purpose, IAS 16. If the lessee is giving this for further rent, IAS 40 will come into picture. Now any gain or loss or depreciation will be treated as per IAS 40. If any depreciation, gain or loss will be treated as per IAS 16. Now here the gain or loss will be recorded in operating category. This is what disposal gain. If I say revaluation gain, then it will be recorded in OCI. The same principles which we have learned there. So then see, this was the question which we had seen. I had mentioned how should you present your answer. This advanced case, this we had done on Excel. So any doubt still here? Anyone? Then I mentioned depreciation. Depreciation means we will depreciate. If the lessee is purchasing the asset, it's reasonably certain that the lessee will purchase. Depreciation should be based on useful life. If the lessee is not purchasing, then the depreciation will be based on shorter of lease term or useful life. Presentation, non-current asset. If it's depreciation, right to use asset is investment property, investing category. Right to use asset IAS 16 operating category. Till here, this was the lessee's accounting. Then we had seen that recognition exemption. The lessee has an option not to apply IFRS 16. That is, it will not record right to use asset and lease liability. It will record the expense on a SLM basis. So, what are the criteria here? I had mentioned, see, this was the example which I had taken. IFRS 16, there are two things: short term lease, that is lease for less than 12 months or equal to 12 months, and low value asset. Low value asset is not defined, it depends upon the company's judgment, and it's a choice, it's not for sure mandatory. Then I say the expense for the first year 10,000, 12,000, 13,000 is the amount which B is paying. But when coming to recording the expense, what is the expense we record? We take the total of this and we divide by 3. We record per year expense as 11,667. But the cash is paid how much, sir? 10,000. So can I say the remaining will be a liability? If amount is paid more and expense is less, it will be like a prepayment. So short term lease I have discussed, less than 12 months, and option should not be there. Lease of low value asset pinch what? It is not defined, but the lessee will do what? Lessee will record this as an expense over SLM. So till here, clear to everyone? I hope it was a very good revision. Now chalo starting with sale and lease back. So sale and lease back में हमने क्या किया था? We had done what? I mentioned a person is that he is selling. Why will a person sell a asset and take it back on lease? Because the funds are required for the business. The main purpose is that one. So we say if IFRS 15, the definition of performance obligation is satisfied, which we'll be learning tomorrow. So it means in that case we say it's a sale and again there is a lease back. So normally we say what? We do the accounting as what? This will become the lesser B, A will become the lessee. So normally we remove the asset at the carrying amount. Yes, sir. Then we record what? Whatever is the cash that is coming in. Then we record lease liability. Lease liability is the present value of the future lease payment, and right to use asset. Now, right to use asset, we will be recording only based on the right which has been retained. So we use the formula carrying amount into future value, present value of the lease payment divided by fair value of the asset. So this was the example which I had taken. Carrying amounts are 1000, fair value 1200, your lease liability is 1100, selling price is 1200. Your fair value and selling price both are equal. So in this case, what I mentioned, I will remove the asset at 1000. Yes, sir. Then we say what? I record cash that is coming in at the selling price. Yes, sir. Then I say as lease liability is how much? 1100. Normally, what did we study? So lease liability, whatever lease liability we record, it should be the right to use asset. But you only say the value is how much of the asset? 1100. Yes or no? Lease liability is 1100, but the carrying amount is how much? 1000. Is it good to show the asset now? Before one day before the lease, we have recorded the asset at 1000. Now after the lease, we are saying that we will record the asset at 1100. Can I say this is unfair? It's not true presentation. So that is the reason we only take the right which we have retained to in case of lease one. So we record the right to use asset as 917, that is carrying amount into present value of the lease divided by fair value, and then the remaining balance on the debit or credit side will be a gain or loss. So this was the case one, and this was the question which we had done. So then I mentioned case 2. In case 2, what did I mention? In case 2, I mentioned that the fair value and the selling price is a different. Fair value is 1000, but the selling price is how much? 1200. So this extra which is there of 200 will be treated as what, sir? Will be treated as a loan. And when we do the future payment, the present value of the future lease liability is 850. Can I say out of this 850, 200 is relating to loan? So we remove that. We remove that part. So then we record lease liability for 650. And how do we calculate the right to use it? Carrying amount is how much? Your carrying amount we have removed at 800 into the present value divided by the fair value of the asset. We get the right to use asset. And debit or credit side will be a gain or loss. This was the case 2. Till here we had done. Yes or no, everyone? Chalo, say me.
So case 3 discussion we had done with an
Case
example.
3 discussion. Yeah, one change is that. Let us do the change and do a question. So case 3, what did I mention in case 3? In case 3, I mentioned what? So the fair value will be what? The fair value will be greater than the selling
Selling price.
price. So, where did I write down the selling price? Okay, here it is written. Yes, fine. The selling price is what, sir? 900. The selling price is 900, but in the market, the fair value is how much, sir? 1000. So, what is the assumption? Can I say A has already paid this or received? So, can I say this is a prepayment? It's what, sir? It's a prepayment. It's a prepayment, and the 650 is the present value of the future cash flow, that is your lease liability. So what is the first thing we do? The first thing is that we remove the asset at the carrying amount. The carrying amount is 800, sir. Then we record bank. What is the bank that is coming, sir? 900, because we are selling at 900. Then we should record lease liability. How much is the lease liability, sir? 650. Now when calculating the right to use asset, we have to see now. When we calculate the right to use asset, we say carrying amount into lease liability divided by, we take lease liability divided by fair value. Then we say what? Plus fair value minus selling price. We should do this one. What did I do? In the previous class I mentioned this is the total, so please make changes in the notes also. I'll make it. So what should we do here? So now what is the carrying amount? The carrying amount is, sir, 800. Lease liability is how much, sir? 650. Fair value is how much? 1000. Now whatever is the excess, can I say whatever is the difference of 100, we have to add it. It's like a prepayment. Can I say we have learned in right to use asset, if any payment is done before the commencement, what do? We add it to the right to use asset, yes or no? Same thing you have to do here also. If you do this, what is the value of right to use asset you will be getting? 800,
So 700.
650 divided by 1000, 620, no? 800 into 650 divided by 1000 plus 100. I'm getting 620 here. And my profit will be how much then? My profit will be 30. Gain will be 30. Now, where should we record this gain, sir? This gain will be recorded in operating category. Clear to everyone, the third case also? Very important. This attempt, September attempt, this case was tested. So what is the basic thinking, sir? If the payment is done, it's a prepayment. Before the commencement, we are doing the payment. So what did we learn in right to use asset? Present value of the lease liability plus initial direct cost plus any payment done before the commencement, we add to the right to use asset. So that only we have done. We have added it here. So this is the type 1 question which we have done, lease contract. Then type 2 question of lease lessees accounting. Type 3 question, recognition exemption. Type 4, sale and lease back. So see, this is the way you have to answer this question. And we have followed this format only to answer your question. Now, chalo, let me do a question regarding this topic. So, what did I mention? What are the points? First, we have to check whether the transfer qualifies for a sale and lease back. So IFRS 15 you have to mention. In the question it will be mentioned. So again write down that sentence. As per IFRS 16, in order to be a sale and lease back, we say control should be passed. So here in the question, if it is not satisfied, we treat this as a loan. If it is satisfied, we apply sale and lease back. Then initial recognition. We say what? De-recognize the underlying asset, remove its carrying amount, record sale proceeds at the selling price, recognize the lease at the present value of lease payment discounted at implicit rate. Right to use asset is measured carefully, that is carrying amount into the present value of the lease liability divided by the fair value of the asset. If the selling price is less than the fair value, the difference is prepayment and added to right to use it. If the selling price is more, the excess is finance component and deducted from the lease liability before applying the ratio. Yes, sir. Gain calculation. The gain or loss is recognized only on the proportion of right transfer. So see, I have taught you the journal entry method also, or if not, you can use this formula also, you will get the same answer. So total gain you will calculate, gain relating to right retain, and gain relating to right transfer. Then you will say what gain or loss is represented in P under the category consistent with how the asset was used. If it's for operating purpose, business purpose, operating. If it's for investing purpose, we record what we have to see whether that underlying asset was for business purpose or this one, and then we record it. Then subsequent accounting, lease liability unwinding over time, interest to P&L, split current and non-current, you have to mention. Right to use asset depreciate systematically over the lease term, and expense to P&L. Clear to everyone? Chalo, then let me do the. Please see this question, everyone. Chalo. The question is regarding which topic now? From leases. Sale and lease back. So now which case? Case 1, case 2, case 3. Fair value is greater, fair value is lesser than selling price, or what here now?
Fair value is greater than selling price.
Selling price, or we say selling price is less than the fair value. If the selling price is less than the fair value, it will be treated as a prepayment. So now see here, that is R Limited, an international hotel chain, is currently finalizing its financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2008, and is unsure how to account for the following transaction. Okay, transaction is given, we have to mention that. See now, in your SBR exam, they will never mention that you have to follow which standard. So they mention what discuss how the above transaction should be dealt within the financial statements of R Limited for the year ended 30th June 2008. So nothing they have mentioned. Let us read and identify whether this is what. On 1st July 2007, it sold one of its hotel to a third party institute and leased it back. Okay, by just reading the first point, it hits into my mind saying that it's a question from IFRS 16. So on 1st July only, so it's a for a full year. There is no mid-year, etc. And leased it back under a 10-year lease. The sale price was what? The selling price is 57 and the fair value was 60. Okay, so this is the case number 3 where the selling price is there. So the 3 million should be treated as a prepayment. The next one, sir. The lease payment is 28.8 million per annum in arrears. Okay, it's an arrears commencing on 30th June 2008. The present value of the future lease payment is 20 million. Okay, they've already discounted this 2.8 million. And for how many years this lease is there? The lease is for 10 years. So 10 years they have discounted this. You will discount this. What is the implicit rate? 6 point. If you discount this, you'll get 20 point something here, and there some difference will be there. No issues. The purchaser can cancel the lease agreement and take full control of the hotel within 6 months notice. The hotel had a remaining economic life of 30 years. Can I say here the economic life is how much, sir? 30 years, but we are taking it back for lease for 10 years. See, now there are two parties. R limited is there, and there is a third party. Now we are learning the accounting in whose book? We are learning the accounting in R limited, not in case of third party book. Then, sir, at 1st July 2007 and a carrying amount under the cost model of 48. So the carrying amount is also given. Now discuss how the above transaction should be dealt within the financial statement. Now how will you frame your answer? How will you start with your answer? Let us first pass the journal entry so that it becomes easy for us to calculate the gain or loss, etc. Debit credit, sir. Carrying amount is how much? 48, that is going out, sir. Then cash is coming in of selling price. How much is the selling price? 57, sir. After this, we record right to use a lease liability. Lease liability is how much, sir? Lease liability is lease liability, 20 million. Then we have to record right to use it. Now, how should we record right to use it? Carrying amount into lease liability divided by fair value plus what? Excuse me. The 3 million prepayment. So, how much is this? How much is the right to use asset you're getting?
The 19.
Yes, 19. So now which side is the total move? 57 plus 19 minus 48 minus 20. Can I say there is a gain of credit gain of 8 million? So we get to know that the gain is 8 million. Now this 8 million gain I mentioned, there are 2 to 3 ways also which you can calculate. Yes. So now how should we start our answer? As per IFRS 16, the transaction will be recorded as a sale and lease back if IFRS 15 IFRS 15 IFRS 15 performance obligation is satisfied. Performance obligation is satisfied. That is, control is transferred. Control is transferred. Now, can I say here RH Limited only can RH Limited can use the asset for 10 years, whereas the life is how much? The life of the hotel is 30 years. So can I say that means the control has been transferred? The control is transferred and R limited will be a lessee. So what is the next thing we write down? If it's a sale and lease back, we say that as it is a sale, we should say what the first thing, the carrying amount, the carrying amount of the asset, that is 48 million, must be de-recognized. Must be what? De-recognized. And as per IFRS 16, right to use asset and lease liability should be recorded. Should be recorded. Now you only say the right to use asset, the right to use asset will be recorded, will be recorded at what, sir? Will be recorded as the proportion of right written, yes or no? Proportion of the carrying amount, proportion of the carrying amount that relates to the right retained. Retained. Can I say the amount is? So how much is the amount? We have seen 48 into your 48 into
48 into 20 by 60
5
plus 3 million.
is equal to how much, sir?
So what about the plus 3 million?
Yes, we will write down that in the next sentence. Yes or no? We can write down this also. So how much? This was 16. Can I say? Then you will say what? Let us write down that. Can I say the 0.3 million?
So
The
just not 0.3.
no, sorry, 3 million. No, the 3 million, which is the prepayment, prepayment must be added to the right to use asset. Therefore, the right to use asset will be 16 million plus 3 million, 19 million, sir. Then what should we write down? Can I say we should write down the lease liability part also? For lease liability, what should we write down? Can I say lease liability should be recorded as the present value of the future lease payment, that is 20 million. See here, before this 3 million, we can explain also that the selling price is less, etc. So this should be treated as a prepayment of the lease rental. So you can mention this also. Let me mention that also. Hmm. Can I say the selling price is 57 and the fair value is 60 million? Can I say IFRS 16 requires the difference, of 3 million, that is 60 minus 57, to be treated as a prepayment of lease rentals? Yes, sir, clear. Then after this, what we say? Can I say we can say the gain amount? Now see here, gain I mentioned the other way also you can do. What is the other way? Can I say gain on the right transferred should be recorded? Can I say that is what? Now, how will you do this? The other way is, see what? How, what is our total gain? Can I say the total gain is what, sir? The total gain formula is what? Fair value minus carrying amount. So what is the fair value here? The fair value is 60 minus 48. See, do not say me, sir, selling price is 57. But follow these three steps. The gain calculation will be easy even if you will not use the journal entry method. So it is 12 million, sir. Now this 12 million, can I say, is a gain relating to what? Gain relating to, oh no, one. Can I say this is the total gain? 12 million is the total gain, sir. Now let us calculate the gain relating to right retained. For right retained, how much is this, sir? We take the formula as total gain into your present value of future lease payment divided by the fair value of the asset. Whatever we have used above one is same one. This ratio which we have used now, same ratio we will be using. So instead of 48, we take total gain. 12 million into the lease payment is 20 and the fair value is 60. So 12 into 20 divided by 67. So this is how much? 4 million. So can I say gain relating to right transferred will be what? Total gain minus gain relating to right retained. So you will get this as 12 minus 4, that is 8 million. So therefore gain of 8 million should be recorded in P&L under operating category. Understood, everyone? Then you can say this also, that the accounting treatment should be normal for right to use asset and lease liability. Right to use asset we will depreciate it, and lease liability we will unwind it. I hope Kishore, Purvi, Sahana, Yajjas, Ishita, सबको clear है ये? Is this clear? Yes, understood. Very good then. If you have understood, chalo then. With this part is done. Your sale and lease back is done, sir. So now see where is the formula I have written. So please make the changes here. Uh, I have updated in the notes. Let me make the changes. It should be separate. Huh? This plus should be separate. Basic maths. So what do we say? How do we calculate this? Carrying amount into present value of future lease payment divided by fair value plus fair value minus the selling price. So here also there will be a change. Plus 30. 100 into 60 divided by 120 plus 20. It's 75.833. This also will change. Your profit figure also will change here. 90 plus 75.83. It will be a loss this time. It will not be a gain. It will be a loss of Please confirm it whether this is a loss or not. Oh, 1.17. With this, your sale and leaseback is done. So the major part of the sale and leaseback, all the three cases are done with the questions also. Now, chalo. So please see what are the disclosures. In the last class, I think we have done this disclosure part. Yes or no? You have to mention the depreciation. You have to mention the interest expense. We have to mention what is the current, non-current. We have to mention any gain or loss on sale and leaseback, and we have to mention what is the expense relating to short-term lease and lease of low value asset. So with this till here it was the FR part also and SBR also. Now we will be starting with your the major part of your SBR, which you'll be learning new for the first time as you have not done FR. FR, what are the topics we have completed? Now these topics are not covered in FR. So first topic, components of a contract. So the first thing which I've written here is what? Sir, multiple lease contract or multiple lease components in a contract. So see the example which I'll take here now. So let's take an example that you have done a lease contract today. In this lease contract, you have taken two buildings on lease. What you have done? You have taken two buildings on lease. Can I say this lease contract contains how many components here? Can I say it contains the first building and the second building? So can I say there are two components or not here? There are in total, there are two components. So how should you treat this? Treat this as a separate lease, treat this as a separate lease. Now you only say, is this easy or not? This topic. So component means what? In a lease contract, there could be that you have 3 to 4 assets which you have taken on a lease in a single contract. So it is better to do what? It is better to show each and every asset separately because of fair presentation in the financial statement, so that the users also get a true picture of the accounting. So see here, now I mentioned this only. Single contract may contain more than one lease component, that is multiple asset. Treat each lease component as a separate if and only if. So sir, when can we do this? When can we separate these two buildings and record it as a separate lease? When two conditions are being met. The first one is what? Lessee can benefit from each asset on its own or with resource readily available. The asset is not highly dependent or interrelated with others. So when do you say this one? See, this topic again you will be learning in your IFRS 15 also. Again you will be learning in IFRS 15 the same thing. There also we have to separate it and record it based on performance obligation. Same thing here also. So in a contract, if we have two assets, sir, when can we separate it? We can separate it when the lessee can take the benefit of the building one separately and the building two separately. These two buildings are not interrelated. Then the lessee will record a right to use asset for this one and for this one. Sir, if the conditions are not being met, what should we do? If the conditions are not being met, we will record this as a single right to use asset and lease liability. Now a question comes to everyone, sir. Sir, if the lease contract is saying that we are paying in total 10 lakh rupees for both the assets, we are paying how much? 10 lakh rupees for both the buildings. Now sir, to record this as a right to use asset and this also has a separate right to use asset, can I say we should separate this or not? Out of this 10 lakhs we should separate or not? How much belongs to building 1 and how much belongs to building 2? If you separate the amount, it will be easy for you to discount the cash flow and calculate the value. So see here now, allocate on a basis of standalone selling price. Two distinct buildings rented under the same contract are two separate lease component and are accounted for separately. The example which I have given you. So I have not seen such a question in your SBR exam regarding this topic. Never. Why? This is a frequently tested topic in SBR. So that is the reason the SBR exam never mix your IFRS 15 and IFRS 16. If they ask also once tomorrow, once we do IFRS 15, this concept will be more clear. It will be in clear, in detail. So now see here now. Can I say what is the amount that the payment which we are doing? In total, the payment is how much? 10 lakh rupees. I say that if I take this building individually, if I take this asset from you individually, I will pay you how much rental? I will pay you rent of 7 lakh rupees. Sir, if I take the building 2 from you, in that case, what is the rent I will be paying? 5 lakh. Can I say this is known as what? This is known as SSP, standalone selling price, which we have covered in revenue also basic. If you have done your F7, you will have a basic idea about this. So in this case, sir, what should we do? Now this 10 lakh rupees which is there, no? What should we do? This 10 lakh rupees, we should use the standalone selling price and calculate the value. Out of this 10 lakh, how much relates to building 1 and how much relates to building 2? So what is the total here? Can I say 12 lakhs? So how much is the payment? Out of 10 lakh rupees payment, how much is the amount that relates to building 1? It's 8 5 no 5 lakh 83,333, sir. So for the next one, the other one, 10 lakhs into 5 lakhs divided by what, sir? In total of 12 lakhs. I'm getting 416667. So now this is the payment for which one? This is the payment for your building 1 and this is for the payment for the building 2. Now how will you do the accounting remaining? Can I say the remaining accounting will be copy paste same? You will discount the values and record it as a right to use asset and lease liability. Is this clear to everyone? This in one of the previous paper I have seen that the IFRS 16 and IFRS 15 have been combined, but that was a very easy straightforward question. In that the question was regarding from the point of view of IFRS 15, not IFRS 16. So is this clear to everyone? Anyone, any doubts in this? Purvi saying no doubts. Others? So what did we do? We are saying that the total amount we are paying is how much for both the buildings? We are paying 10 lakh rupees. But can I say these both buildings are not interrelated? These are separate. The lessee can take the benefit separately. So we record both the assets as a different right to use asset. And how should we calculate the right to use asset? We need the lease payment. So what is the total lease payment I'm saying? 10 lakh rupees. Out of this 10 lakh rupees, can I say we have to allocate how much is the value for building 1 and what is the value for building 2? So what do we do here? We take the standalone selling price. If I only take the building 1 on lease, what is the lease payment I have to pay? If I only take building 2 on lease, how much is the lease payment I have to pay? So I consider the standalone price in the market, the amount which I have to pay. On this basis, I calculate, I divide this or proportionate this 10 lakhs to building 1, building 2. After that, what we say, sir, this amount which we get to, we have to discount it and record it as a right to use asset. Clear to everyone? So with this part is done multiple lease component. Now coming to the next concept, lease and non-lease, which is a very important part for SBR. We have to understand this. Just understand with the examples which I take and explain the concept. Lease and non-lease components. Now I say that today a person known A is there, a person known as B is there. A is who, sir? Lesser. B कौन है, sir? Lessee. B is the lessee. Now B has taken the asset. B will record what, sir? B accounting is what, sir? Normally B will record what? Debit, credit. Right to use asset and lease liability. So now, sir, what should we do here? Understand an important thing. Now I say this is the normal accounting. Today B has taken and B is paying what? Lease rental. B is paying a lease rental of 10,000. Now when B has taken this, let's take B has taken a machine on lease. Now when B has taken a machine on lease, A has mentioned what? A has also mentioned that we will provide you the machine. We will provide you the machine on rent Plus we will provide the maintenance also for this one. We will provide what? Maintenance also. Can I say here, in this contract, can I say the lease payment which we are doing is relating to what all? The 10,000 which we are doing is relating to what all? This
And maintenance.
maintenance. So can I say here, this one, it's relating to your maintenance part. Now you only say me this 10,000 which is mentioned by whom? This 10,000 which B is paying to A, this 10,000 includes what also? The machine which we have taken on rent, the rent payment also, and we say what? We have included the maintenance also in this. Now you only say what should the lessee do. Now your IFRS 16 says what? Your IFRS 16 says that is the non-lease component. So IFRS 16 says that the lessee can do what? Lessee has two options. Either to record machine plus maintenance, not, let me write down rent plus maintenance as debit, right to use asset and lease lab. The normal accounting which we do. Lessee has the option of what, sir? Normally, discount this 10,000. If 5 payments are done, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, discount and normally record the accounting which you have learned. But IAS 16 says that there is a option which is available with the option. This is known as PE. Now, what is PE? I will come to this. Option says what? No. Option says that for the rent, you record debit, right to use asset and lease liability. For the maintenance, record this as an expense based on accrual basis. Record this as an expense on accrual basis. Accrual basis. Understood the difference? Lease and non-lease. So when a lessee is paying any amount, that will include the lease and non-lease part. So what will a person do? What will the lessee do? The lessee has two options. The first option, lessee will say that I have no such time, that I will separate it and record and do my, I will waste my time. So the IFRS 16 is saying, okay, you can do what? You can record this full 10,000 as right to use asset and lease liability and do the normal accounting. No issues for us. But the option IFRS 16 provides is what? Out of this 10,000, I say that 8,000 is relating to rent and 2,000 is relating to what, sir? Maintenance. Then this 8,000 you will be paying for 5 years. This 8,000 which you will be recording for 5 years, record this as a right to use asset. And this 2,000 you record what? As a expense based on accrual. Every year record 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 as an expense. Clear to everyone this concept? Now same, is this easy or not? A very easy concept. This attempt it came for 8 marks. It was just given, you had to separate it, you had to discount and you had to record it. Now sir, how did you get this 8,000 and 2,000? Now just now we have learned the concept of SSP, yes or no? So you will consider the SSP and proportionate this 10,000. You will use what, sir? We will use the SSP to proportionate this 10,000 in total. We will allocate it. And then normal accounting we will do. Now, in this exam, your September attempt, a question was regarding an aeroplane. They had mentioned in total 600 hours. Out of that, 400 hours and 200 hours. 200 hours was for non-lease component and this was for lease component. You had to use 400 and 200 to separate the lease payment. Can I say here the lease payment is what, sir? 1,000, 10,000. You are using the SSP and there you have to use this other. This is not the selling price, but you had to use some other basis to proportionate the lease payment. Anyone, any doubts in this concept of lease and non-lease? So what is the first thing, sir? The first thing is that in case of lease and non-lease, first we will identify. Then the lessee will say, I will not waste my time. I will record directly this as what? Right to use as a lease liability. I have no such time. I will follow the normal accounting. The standard says no such issue. The standard says an option is available. This option, in this option, what can lessee do? Lessee can only record the rental payment as what? Debit right to use asset and lease asset. And the maintenance amount, the lessee can separate it and record this as an expense on accrual basis. So now let us see. See here now. Lease and non-lease components. Non-lease component is a part of the contract that does not convey the right to use an asset. Yes, sir. That 2000 which you are paying, is that 2000 giving the right to use the asset? No. It is saying that this is for the maintenance, but instead provide a service. Yes, sir. So what are the example? Maintenance, security, cleaning, IT support, etc. Now, separate lease and non-lease component on what basis? On relative standalone selling price. If SSP is not available, then any other ratio. It will be provided in the exam. So be a little bit careful and read the question. You will get the numbers there only. So you have to separate it and record it, sir. Then see here now. Please read this point which I have written in note, everyone. This one. IFRS 16 gives the option to apply P. P means what? Practical expedient. That means what? No need to separate lease and non-lease component. What can the lessee do? The lessee can normally do the normal accounting which we have done. Clear to everyone? Okay, chalo then. Then let us read the next part. See now, what should you do for non-lease? Non-lease component as an expense to P&L as incurred, that is accrual basis. Now, which category you only say? Can I say it will be recorded which category? Operating category, because this is an expense. You record this under operating category. Now, see this one point which I have written. If non-lease components are separated, they are treated in aggregate. This means what? Sometimes, can I say when I purchase an asset, I take a asset on lease. Can I say when I make the payment, there could be more than one or two non-lease component? In the example which I mentioned, only one maintenance, but can I say maintenance also there, security services also there, cleaning, IT? In that case, what will I say? I will say that these all will be treated as in aggregate. You will not again separate maintenance, security, cleaning. You will not waste your time as an accountant. What will you do? If I have not seen such a question where the examiner is asking four or five together, only one will be asked and separate it and record it on accrual basis. So this was your concept of lease and non-lease. So chalo now, let us do the questions now. Before that, let me show you the pattern. How should you frame your answer? Now you only say, how will you frame your answer? How is this possible? I did not create a shit. Chalo, sure. So everyone, please see the question. Original PDF किधर है? मैंने पेड किया था. This can't be possible. SBR Official Bank. 16. Type 3, type 4, type 5. Okay, wait, wait. Lesser accounting aggregate game. Hmm. Then everyone reading? Now the question is regarding IFRS 16. Which topic?
The lease and non-lease components.
Lease and non-lease components. So chalo now, let us start it. They mention that component accounting which we have learned in what, sir? IAS 16 also same, separated and recorded here also. T entered into a lease agreement to rent 3 office units. So can I say they have taken how many units here? 3 office unit. Can I say this question is including multiple lease also as well as lease and non-lease? Both the things. See here, you can see cleaning service. Cleaning service is what, sir? A non-lease things. And can I say in a single agreement there is multiple components also? Yes, sir. Then the contract includes a non-lease component relating to cleaning of the units. Annual lease payment amount of 120,000 and the standalone price for leasing of 3 units and the cleaning service are given. Can I say this is what? SSP given here? They have given the SSP for each and everything. So let us do this total. How much is this total? 375 plus 420, 145 plus 260. It's 1200, sir. It's equal. There is no such issue because they have. And the standalone selling price for leasing of the 3 units and the cleaning service are as follows. Required. Discuss how T should account for the annual lease payment if the practical expedient is not applied. So that means, are they using this? Are they using the option? They are not using the option. If they're not using the option, that means what? Can I say if they're not using the option, that means what, sir? Whatever is the non-lease component, can I say that should be added to the asset? So now can I say this cleaning services should be added or not to all this? Then if practical expedient is applied, if they are saying that if it is applied, then how we will treat this? Now a question to everyone. So how will you do the accounting for the first one? Let me create a extra page. The first one is practical expedient is not applied. If this is not applied, then we say what's up. So see here, if we apply practical expedient, then no need to separate the lease and non-lease. Now, when we apply practical expedient, that means what? We should separate, no? I mentioned ulta, no? I mentioned in ulta. Yes or no, Purvi? किसने बोला भी नहीं कि सर you have mentioned ulta.
I was wondering, but I wasn't sure.
I have mentioned ulta. Yes or no? Huh? If practical expedient is followed, what should we do? Don't need to separate. We will not separate it. Okay, but here they are saying what? What is the first question? Understand. What is the first question? Are they applying this? They are not applying. If they are not applying, that means what, sir? We have to separate it. If they are applying, no need to separate it. अरे 1 minute, give me, मैंने ऊपर बराबर से लिखा है ना. Option is that they can record. When option is that means, is this a practical expedient or not a practical expedient? Can I say practical expedient is not applied? If they record together, can I say PE is applied? Yes, sir. Now say me, if practical expedient is not recognized, is not done, then can, how we will frame? Can I say as per IFRS 16, lease and non-lease component can be treated separately or together. In this case, practical expedient is not applied. That means what, sir? If practical expedient is not applied, we record lease and non-lease separately. Then can I say T should account T should account for the three units as three separate, yes or no, three separate leases, because it's a multiple component. And I mentioned, when can we separate? If there is no such interlink and it can be used separately, we can use this separately, no issues in that. As three separate lease, and non-lease component the non-lease component will be recognized as an expense over the lease agreement, as an expense over the lease agreement as an expense. So this expense will be under which category, sir? I mentioned no, operating category. Now let us separate it and say,
So that amount that they've given for cleaning services, is it the same amount for all the 3 units, or should we separate it for the 3 units separately?
now what does practical expedient means? Practical expedient is available, that means we need not separate it. But here they are not applying practical expedient, that means we have to separate it. Yes or no? What should we separate it? Can I say we have to separate it lease and non-lease component? Yes or no, Purvi? Now, can I say this non-lease component is for how many units? Three units. Now, will we record for each and every unit separately? No, we will record this as a straightforward expense. So now, what is the payment here now? Can I say the payment is 1.2 million, and it should be allocated based on the SSP. So 1.2 is the amount, sir. This you will allocate. Let us take the what is mentioned here. Unit 1 only. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4. So 1.2, 1.2, 1.2 into. How much is the value they have given? 0.375. Then what is the SSP they have given? 0.420, 0.145, 0.260. Can I say this also will be equal to 1.2 million only? So when you do this, can I say the ultimate answer will be what? Same only, no? Will it change? 0 point, the answer will remain same. 375, 420, 145 and 260, sir. This will remain same. Understand that. So can I say, now here they mention that this 1.2 is an annual lease payment. Yes or no, bete? Is an annual lease payment. Have they mentioned for how many years is this contract? They have not mentioned that for how many years is this contract. So can I say what we will write down? Can I say the lease payment, the lease payment of the units are discounted and recorded as a lease liability and right to use asset. And right to use asset, we will follow the normal accounting. But sir, when coming to this one, can I say the annual cleaning services, the annual payment relating to cleaning services, how this should be recorded, is recognized as an expense in profit and loss on the accrual basis. See here, they have not asked you the accounting for the first year because the data is not given for how many years is the contract, etc. So it becomes easy. So that is the reason. Okay, okay. What you can write down here, one thing is that you can say that, can I say here, allocated payments are same as the SSP. Why it is same? Because the sum of the payment, because the sum of the SSP is equal to the sum of SSP is equal to the annual payment. If the total annual payment had some other value, then it could be, the values could be different. Yes or no? So with this, I hope this is clear to everyone. A very basic question. Now chalo, the next part, let us do the next part, what they have mentioned in the next part, sir. If practical expedient is applied, now what does if practical expedient is applied that means? Yeah, it is not applied, this is applied. If practical expedient is applied, that means what? As per IFRS 16, if practical expedient is applied, can I say we have to treat the lease and non-lease component as one single payment, no need to separate it. It's not required for us to separate it. So now you only say me here, what should we do here now? Now can I say here, can I say, but the unit 1, unit 2 and unit 3 should be treated as a separate lease component as the contract has what, sir? Multiple component. Now chalo, let us allocate the SSP of your cleaning services to unit 1, unit 2, unit 3. Now you only say me how should we allocate it. Your cleaning services is how much? What is the amount of cleaning services, sir? 260. Now say me, can I say this 260 should be allocated to what also? Unit 1, unit 2 and unit 3. So now what we will be using here now? Can I say we will be using the SSP of unit 1, unit 2 and unit 3? That is 375, 420 and 145. So how much is the total here? The total is 940, sir. So then what is the cleaning services to unit 1, unit 2, unit 3? 260 into 375 divided by 940, sir. How much is the value you are getting?
103.72.
103. 260 into 375 divided by ये 940 है ना 375 plus 420 plus 125 940 yeah it's 940 260 into 375 divided by 940 I'm getting 104 here.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
103.72.
Oh yes, 104. Then next one 260 into 420 divided by 940. I'm getting 116 here. Then here how much we will get? I think 260 into 145 divided by 95. 40, yes. So this is the way you have to allocate it. Now, when you allocate it, what is the payment for unit 1, unit 2, and unit 3? What will be the payment? Can I say 375 plus 104, 420 plus 116, 145 plus 40? So 375 plus 104, 479, 420 plus 116, 536, 145 plus 40, it's 185. Ultimately, you get back 1200. Clear, everyone? Did you see how is the question? A very good question. Multiple component is also that, this also. But now you say me, when coming to answering in the exam, can I say the answer will be very easy? Because here what we have mentioned, that but the 3 unit 1, unit 2, unit 3 should be treated as a separate lease as the contract has a multiple lease component. We have treated this. Now what should we say? Can I say for the unit 1, what is the cash flow you will use? 479, 479, 470. You will discount this and record the normal accounting. What will I say here? Can I say the lease payment, the lease payment of each unit should be discounted and recorded as a lease liability and right to use asset, and the normal IFRS 16 lease accounting for lessee will be done. Will be done. Can I give one more question regarding this topic so that this topic becomes perfect? Chalo then. Did we get the same value here? Okay, yes. Okay, 480. How much did we get? 480, 479. Okay, some points difference. Okay, they are based on the percentage. Okay, okay. They have done rounding off. No such issues. Everyone, please see this question.
Sir, if we get such difference, it's okay, right, in exam?
Ah, yes, in SBR exam, if you get difference, no issues. The examiner will never reduce your marks because of the difference, etc. They have clearly stated. They see your logic, the way you answer the question. Chalo, 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 fatafat, say me. What should be the answer here?
So it's already given that SC is accounting it separately. So P is
Separate. So that means what? Can I say practical expedient option is taken here?
no, it's not applied.
It's not taken. See properly.
Sir, P is not applied means accounted separately, no, sir.
Yeah, it's not applied, no, sir.
Uh,
I
do
don't
not
know.
come sometimes what you see in this question they have mentioned that separately, but sometimes what will happen, no, they will say you in the exam say that P is not applied, P is applied. So be aware on that. Simple. They have already mentioned it separately, but in the exam they will mention by chance. If I say, if they have not mentioned and they have mentioned this one that P is not followed, P is followed. If P is not followed, we say what? We separated it. P is followed, we consider together. Now chalo. Now say me, what should we do here? A contract is regarding what, sir? Here a lease, they are mentioned as entered into a contract to lease a crane for 3 years. The lessor agrees to maintain the crane during 3 years, sir. Okay, maintenance, some it hits to my mind. Okay, it could be a question regarding this one. The contract cost is how much, sir? 180. And this is your S company. So then they are saying S must pay how much? 60,000 each year with the payment commencing on 35. So now same, is this the case of arrears or advance here now? It is the case of arrears, sir.
Early.
S accounts for non-lease component separately. So they are recording this separately. Then, sir, if contracted separately, it has been determined the standalone price for the lease crane is 160 and the standalone price for maintenance services 40,000. Yes or no? So they have mentioned that out of this 180,000, each year 180 means 60, 60 we are paying, sir. 60, 60 and 60, sir. Then we say what? We say that the standalone price is 160 and 440. Can I say this 60? We can take 160 and we can take this values and proportionate out of this. It becomes easy. Yes or no? This is only the way. 60,000 you take the payment, annual payment into the standalone price you get. And the borrowing rate is how much? 5%. Can I say 5% it should be used to discount it? and they mention what is the accounting for 31st December. Here they have mentioned the year end, they have mentioned the rate also. We have to discount and record it. Chalo now, what will I say? How will you start your answer? Can I say, as per IFRS 16, a lease contract, a lease contract may include lease and non-lease component. Lease and non-lease component. Can I say IFRS 16? IFRS 16 requires what? Requires that lease and non-lease to be treated separately. Yes or no? The better presentation is what? To treat it separately. Lease and non-lease component as separately, unless the lessee chooses the practical expedient. Then next one, sir. Then here in this given case, can I say it should be treated separately? They are mentioned. So now, can I say in the given case, in the given case, it is mentioned that it is treated separately. So can I say the the lease part should be accounted as per IFRS 16, and the non-lease part as an expense in P&L on accrual basis. The next one, sir. Now can I say we have to do the accounting? Can I say the annual payment, of how much, sir? 60,000 should be allocated between lease and non-lease component, of the contract based on SSP. SSP. So can I say lease of the crane is there? And how much is this? 60,000 into 120 divided by 2 lakhs. Then maintenance 1. Maintenance is how much? Maintenance only, no? Yeah. 60,000 into how much is this? 120. This was. Sorry, this 160 and 40. Sorry, my bad. If you do this, how much we will get? 60 into 160 divided by 200. 48,000 and 12,000, sir. Now, can I say what should we do here now? Can I say the lease liability is calculated as? The lease liability is calculated as the present value of the lease payment, present value of the future lease payment. That is what, sir? Now, can I say we have to discount it? So, 48,000, sir, 48,000, sir, 48,000 discounted using the borrowing rate of 5 percentage. So 1 divided by 1.05, so 0.953, 0.907, 0.863. So we get 5,45714, 43537, 48,000 into 0.863, 41424. So I'm getting 130,715. Yeah, 464 it is, and 130,715. The lease liability is calculated as the present value of 5 percentage. So can I say the lease liability and right to use asset is 13075 at the at 1st January 2000 x 1. Now what will you do now? Can I say what is the further thing? Can I say for lease liability we say what? See, now normal accounting, now no such this one. Can I say lease liability should be let me, unwinding of lease liability should be done, and the interest expense will be recorded in P&L as an finance cost under which category? Under financing category. So let us calculate it, no? Let us make a small table here. What is the opening here? 130,715, 5% interest and payment of 48,000. We get our closing balance, sir. 130,715 into 5%, sir. 6535, sir. Minus, we are getting 76180. So 76180 into 5. Why I'm doing for the next year? Can anyone say me? Why I'm doing extra 1 year?
So the current and non-current
Yes,
liability
better.
could.
Yes, yes, yes. So 24371. So that is what is the interest? 6535. The closing balance. No, no. Let me write down the carrying amount of lease liability is 76180, should be classified as non-current liability. That is what will be my non-current liability? 24371. And the current liability, that is 51809. How did I calculate this? 76180 24371 should be presented in the SOFP. Then can I say the right to use asset should be done what, sir? The right to use asset should be depreciated, over the lease term, and the depreciation is recorded in the P&L as an expense. That is, let us do this. 130715 divided by 3 years. How much is this? 435712 is the depreciation expense. Now, which category you will record this depreciation expense? Operating category, because they have used that mention operating category, it's used for the business. The the carrying amount of right to use asset, the carrying amount of right to use asset in the SOFP will be 10715 minus 43572. 87143. So with this part is also done. Now say me, framing the answer is easy or not? I hope now after 5 to 5, this is the 6th class, so there is no such issue in framing the answer. So just write down what is the standard saying, just write down in your own words. You can first write down about right to use asset, then you can write down about lease liability. No such issues in that, no problems. Clear to everyone? Jia, Kishore, Ishita, Purvi, Sahana, Yajash. Okay then. See, as whatever I'm doing, the questions here are very important and same thing will come. Some numbers will be different, etc. But the case will be same. So with this, your lease and non-lease is also done, sir. So now, out of this, what all we have completed, sir? We have completed this is done, this is done. Now we will do remeasurement. Modification I will not do as of now. I will teach you remeasurement. If you know remeasurement, no, your modification is also same. Only one change is there in modification. Then we will do remeasurement, we will take break, we will come back and we will do the lessers part. We will do the lessers part and we will take one more break and we will come and do the sublease and the modification part. Okay, so now remeasurement will be done in 10 to 15 minutes. After that we can take a break. Now I hope you have a good confidence saying, sir, that the questions are easy only in the exam. It's not that. If the concept is clear, you can easily write down. So now component done, non-lease done. Now coming to remeasurement. So what does remeasurement means? Let me give an example. Chalo. Let me take here only the example. A very easy thing. See, remeasurement is tested in one of the section A question in the 2022 or 23. A very easy question and you'll understand. Remeasurement means what? See now, first understand the example which I take. Today I say that a person A is there, a person B is there. A has given the asset to be on lease. So A will become what? Lesser, sir. B will become what? Lessee. So we are learning the remeasurement in lessee's book. In SBR, I have not seen a question regarding the lesser's remeasurement or modification, and it becomes the part of your this one, IFRS 9. That is the reason it will not come here. So now lease. Now lessee will do what, sir? Lessee will record what, sir? Debit, right to use asset and lease liability. Now I say that lessee is for 5 years, lessee is saying that we will pay 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Now, when we record lease liability, what are the 5 things we include? Chalo, say me. Because the question will be based on these 5 things only. First one is what, sir? Fixed payment. Second one is variable payment. Then can I say exercise option? Yes, sir. Then we have what, sir? We have your GRV. Then we have, sir, penalties. Then we have what, sir? Penalties. Now you only say when there is a need to remeasure this, when there is a need to remeasure the liability, Today, when you discount, I say your percentage is how much, sir? 10%. If you discount this 10%, how much is the value you'll be getting? If you do this, how much you'll be getting? I hope everyone keep the Excel also open so that it becomes easy for us to do the calculation. So let me do here 10,000. I will copy, I will paste it here, and 1 divided by 1.10. You can do on Excel also. I hope everyone knows how to do the discounting on Excel. Yeah. 37 something, yeah. We are getting how much better? 37,908. This is the value which I will get when once I discount it. Everyone can do this on Excel. So what we record debit? So debit, right to use asset and credit, lease liability, 37,908, 37,908. Now, so this we have done. After this, what do we do?
Sir, unwinding.
Unwinding. So give me 1 minute. Let me explain first this on Excel so it becomes easy for me also, and it will be easy for you also to understand. Is the Excel visible? Can you see the Excel, everyone? Yes. Okay. So this is the way I have done the discounting. So what do we record here now? Debit, credit. I say we record this as a right to use asset, and we record, sir, lease liability. So how much is this value, sir? This and this. After this, what we do? We follow the amortization table. Opening balance we write down. We write down interest. We write down payment. We write down your closing balance. Now opening is how much, sir? You will say, sir, this is the opening, sir. Then you will say, what is the interest, sir? This into, can I say 10% only? Then what is the payment here? Can I say every year the payment which we are doing is 10,000? Let me. Closing balance will be what, sir? This plus this value plus this value. Next year opening will be what, sir? This one. Previous interest will be what? This one. I'll copy and I'll paste it. I'll copy this, I'll paste it. I will copy and so as I copy, once we link to the cell, I hope सबको clear है ये. So how much is the value we are getting after 3 years? How much is the value we are getting after 3 years? So this is the value which we are getting at the end of the third year. So at the end of the third year, can I say the liability is how much? Your lease liability is how much, sir? 17,355. Now what happens here? In remeasurement, what will happen now? The lessee is saying that I will not be able to pay you 10,000. The lessee is saying what? The lessee is saying that, or the lessor is saying that now instead of 10,000, you have to pay me 12,000, because in the market the inflation is going up, etc. So instead of 10,000, please pay me 11,000, because the inflation is very high. My income is very low when compared to the other properties in the market. I have given you at 10,000, but in the market the inflation is very high. So please increase the payment. Now, if the lessee is paying, can I say, after 3 years, can I say there is a change or not? Can I say there is a change in the lease payment? Instead of 10,000, the lessee will pay how much? Lessee will pay 12,000 now. Now you only say if lessee will pay 12,000, can I say your liability value should also be different or not? Yes or no, everyone? Because now today I am saying how much is my remaining. I say the remaining is how much, sir? Remaining I should pay is 17,355. But if I say for the coming 2 years I have to pay 12,000 as the lease payment, can I say the liability which I have shown in my books is wrong? The liability which are presented in the books is incorrect. So how much will be my liability? Can I say I have to discount 12,000 for 2 years now? Yes, sir. I have to discount 12,000. So let me use the same interest rate here. 1 year? Yes or no? Because I'm standing at what date? I'm standing at the end of the third year. So I am standing at the end of the third year, or I can say that I'm standing at the start of the fourth year. So I have to pay 12,000, 12,000. I will discount it and I will say how much is the value I have to pay, sir. Now you only say how much is the value you have to pay, beta. 28,000 we have to pay. But how much is the value in your books as a lease liability? 17,355. Can I say what is happening here? Can I say there is a increase in lease liability? How much is the increase, sir, in lease liability? Can I say 20,000 minus 17,000? So the increase is how much, sir? 3,471. So what should I do now? Can I say my liability in the books is 17,000? Can I say I have to increase my liability? So that automatically the liability will become how much, sir? The liability will become equal to, I will increase by this amount. Now, when I'm increasing my lease liability, where will I take the corresponding change? I will take the corresponding change to right to use asset. So, how much will you increase the value of the right to use asset? By this amount. Understood, everyone? Any doubts, ask me now only, because the modification also will involve this only. So when will there be remeasurement? Can I say remeasurement will be there when the lease payments will change? Now what is included in the lease payment? Can I say the five important things? Your fixed payment, variable payment, then your exercise option, penalties, and your what we say GRV, guaranteed residual value.
Sir,
Yes.
sir, this next fourth and fifth year, we are anyways starting a new payment and paying again, right?
Do are we doing a separate contract, or just the lessor is saying please pay me extra amount because the cost is very high for me in the market?
Yeah, but why do we difference the 17 and 20? We can directly write 20, right? 28, 26.
Are Baba, already you have recorded how much in the books lease liability? Yes or no? So what do? You can remove 17,000 and you can record 28 20,000. Can I
Yes,
say?
yes. Directly we can record it.
Yeah, directly. But the IFRS is saying what? IFRS saying is that whatever is the increase amount, please do the changes for that only, not
Oh,
for everything.
Okay.
Okay, everyone understood with this presentation? Let me write down this as the cash flow discount factor at 10 percentage. This is your DCF. इसको भी टेबल बना देता हूँ ना. So now can I stop sharing the screen? Yes, sir. Now coming back to the iPad screen. Understood. Remeasurement will be when, sir? Remeasurement will take place when there is a change in your lease liability payments. So what did I mention here now? How much is the lease liability after 3 years? So we have done the amortization table. Opening interest payment closing balance. Opening was 37908. Let me copy the figures from Excel. 3790. Payment is 10,000. Closing is 31698. First year. Second year 31698. We say 3170 minus 10,000. 24868. 24868. Interest will be 2486 minus 10,000. Your balance is 17355, sir. Now what did I mention? There is a change in the lease payment. If there is a change in the lease payment for 4th year and 5th year, see, most of the time what will happen, no, understand, in practical world, the fixed payment will never change. We have learned the concept of variable payment. That will change, and we will see a question regarding. So 4th year and 5th year, the lease payment is how much now? The lease payment is 12,000 and 12,000. So we discount 12,000 for, and we discount 12,000. So this will be 0.909. This will be 0.88264. So this 10909, this will be 9917. So the balance will come to 20826. So can I say increase in the liabilities how much, sir? Your increase in liability is 3471. How did we calculate? 20826 minus 17355. This is the way you say that your remeasurement. So now remeasurement will be done. Remeasurement of lease liability will be done when there are changes in the lease payment, whether you will be doing more payments in the future or whether you will be doing less payment in the future. Now how these payments can vary? By 5 or 6 things we will be learned. Now see here now. Understood the basic logic? Yes, sir. Lease liability will be remeasured due to changes on lease payment. So what will be the changes, sir? Can I say the residual value which we include, guaranteed residual value can also change. Today we think that the lessee is thinking that I will pay 10,000 because my employees are using the asset properly. But after 2 years, the lessee gets to know that my employees are not using the machine properly. I have to pay how much? Instead of 10,000, I have to pay 12,000. So dikkat hoga. That is the reason there is a change in GRV, sir. This is also part. Change in your variable payment, sir. Sir, variable payment is changing because of the index rate. And the frequently question that comes in the exam is based on CPI. I will do this question, no issue. So that means what? Today I say that variable payment should be based on inflation. If today the inflation is 4 percentage, that means how much extra you will pay? Can I say 4 rupees you will pay extra? Based on 100, how much will you pay extra? 4 rupees. So today you assume that inflation is 4. Can I say, you will say, okay, we assume for 5 years also the inflation is 4. 4 rupees, 4 rupees, 4 rupees, 4 rupees you pay. But after 2 years, you get to know that the inflation has been changed in the market. Can I say your variable payment also will change? So the remeasurement concept comes here. Sir, change in the fixed lease payment. As I mentioned, the change in the fixed lease payment is very rare. Most of the time, the changes are in these two things. Yes, sir. Now see, sir, whenever there is a change, we should do what? Today you are at the end of the third year. Yes or no? In the example which I have taken, we were at the end of the third year. The change is that what we do, sir, for the future years, whatever is the lease payment, we discount it. We discount and we compare the amounts. Whether the closing balance and the new amount of lease liability has a difference or not. If the new value is increasing, you increase your lease liability in the books. If the value is decreasing, you will also decrease the value. So see here now. Now when we discounted here, what is the interest rate I used? Can I say what is the interest rate I had taken when I discounted the future lease payment also? I had taken 10%. Now the important part in remeasurement is the percentage which we take to discount it. Other than this, nothing, everything is same. You have to learn which discount rate should be used. So see here now. Sir, if there is a change in expected guarantee value, if there is a change in variable payment, if there is a change in fixed payment, you will discount using what, sir? You will discount using the original discount rate. What you will use? Original discount rate. So, what was the original discount rate there? 10%. If, sir, the remeasurement of, if there is a remeasurement because of what's a lease term, can I say sometimes what will happen? You will have an option to extend the lease or not. We have learned now. If you are the lessee, you will have an option to extend the lease. If you have the option to extend the lease, if you consider that option, can I say your lease payment will be something else? Today I say that you have taken asset on lease. So the contract of lease term is what, 5 years, and you have an option to extend this for 3 years. Now, but today when you calculated the lease liability, you mentioned, sir, we will not extend it. हम extend नहीं करेंगे. We will not extend. If you will not extend, for how many years you will do the payment? You will do the payment for 5 years. But after 2 years, you are saying that, sir, what, sir? We will consider to renew this contract, or we will consider extending. Once you renew, once you extend, can I say your lease liability will vary or not? Instead of three remaining payments, you have to do three payments. But now in total, how many payments you'll do? Can I say you'll do six payments in total? So you have to, in this case, whenever the lease term changes are there, whether we increase the lease term, whether we decrease the lease term, there also will be remeasurement, sir. Either payment will be more, either payment will be less. Then, sir, reassessment of purchase option. Can I say today, if you are a lessee, the lessor has given you a purchase option and you are saying that I will not take it. If you're saying that you will not take it, will you include this purchase option in your lease liability calculation? If it is not reasonably certain, you will say what? अगर reasonably certain नहीं है, what will you say? Sir, if it is not reasonably certain, we consider this as what? Sir, we will not consider in the lease liability. We will not include. But after 2 years, you are saying what? After 2 years, you are saying that we will purchase. We will consider the purchase option. If you consider the purchase option, can I say lease liability will increase or not better? So whatever is the future payment should be discounted and you have to see the difference. Now, whenever you do the reassessment of lease term and whenever you do the reassessment of purchase option, which discount rate you should use? You should use the revised discount rate. And this will be given in the question. Revised discount rate means what? The discount rate on the date when changes are done. That is after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, depending upon case to case. Clear to everyone? Yes. Now you say me, is remeasurement tough or easy? It's just calculation. Now you only say, will the examiner ask you this easy question in the exam? That is the reason remeasurement modifications are not tested frequently, because The everything in this, if a question also comes, the examiner have to give the data, and just you have to discount the value and write down the difference. Nothing else you have to do. That is the reason we have seen that the questions regarding remeasurement and modifications are very rare. But if you're very lucky, I say, you can have a question and it's an easy cash marks. So see now, sir, remeasurement of lease liability is adjusted against what, sir? The carrying amount of right to use asset. Yes or no? Remeasurement is adjusted to lease liability and right to use asset. The right to use asset cannot be reduced below zero. Any further adjustment of lease liability is taken to profit and loss. Sometime what will happen? Your lease liability is what? Today your lease liability, your carrying amount in the books of lease liability is 23,000. You calculated the new carrying amount. Your new carrying amount is coming to, let's take 10,000. Now there is an increase or decrease in lease year. There is a decrease in lease of 30,000. If there is a decrease in lease liability, how we will record this? We will reduce the lease liability by 13,000, and we say right to use asset also we reduce by 13,000. When you consider this right to use asset for 13,000, you have to see whether the value will become zero or not for the right to use asset. If I say in the accounting books, the value of the asset is 8,000, will you be able to reduce the asset by 13,000? It's not possible. You will only reduce this by 8,000, and the excess 5,000 will go to P&L as a loss. This point means this one. The right to use asset cannot be reduced below zero. Any further adjustment of lease liability is taken to profit and loss. Which category? Operating category. Now see the steps. I have written the steps also for easy purpose. Step 1. Calculate the carrying amount of the lease liability and right to use asset on the date of change. Follow the normal accounting. Calculate the revised lease liability considering what? Revised lease payment, applicable discount rate. Can I say applicable discount rate we have seen above? If it's for lease term and purchase option, we consider the new rate. If it is for fixed payment, variable payment, GRV, we consider what's our old rate only. Then calculate the changes. Step 1 minus step 2, you get the changes. Make the changes to right to use asset. Either lease liability will increase, right to use asset also will increase. If lease liability is decreasing, right to use asset also will decrease. But the right to use asset maximum, it can go zero. If there is further decrease in lease liability, that will go to P&L. Any doubts in measurement? I hope this is the easiest topic till now we have covered. Yes or no, Purvi? Others, as I mentioned, anything can come in your exam. Syllabus is mentioned. So it's better that just we spend 15 to 20 minutes and do the part also rather than ignoring it.
So could we solve this sum after break?
Yes, chalo then. Let me give a break. It's high time. Chalo, let us take a break, come back and solve this part. So the time is 11:13. Everyone be back by 11:30 back. चलो चलो चलो, come back. चलो 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 चलो. Ishita ji, I hope there is no such doubts. Kishore, Purvi, Sahana. Any doubts you can ask me. Sir, so lease remeasurements are done on prospective basis. Yes, Kishore. Prospective basis. Retrospective will not apply. I will come to that point. Every time, because you only say, can I say, considering the purchase option, considering the variable payment, considering the lease term, all are estimate or not. Today you think, okay, this after 2 years, your estimate will change or not, saying because of this, I am extending the lease. So that is the reason prospective treatment is done, not retrospective treatment. Chalo then. How was the exam, Sahana? Exam, college exam.
It went well, sir.
Went. Arre baap re. Kishore, what about you? किशोर तुम्हारा कॉलेज से है ना. Okay, okay, okay. Chalo then. Now read the question. Okay then, better. Good to know that.
So can we solve this in Excel?
This one?
This question, yeah.
Okay, there is no need to solve on Excel. Everything is given here. The decimals are also given. The discount factors are also given.
Oh, then don't need to. It's okay.
I have already given what is the annuity factor, etc., etc. I will do no issues. I will do both. Here also, there also. First, let us do here and understand, and then there is a change in LMS. Check करना है. On 1st January 2000 X3, PQR entered into 8 years lease of a office space. Okay, they are taking something on lease for 8 years for office. Office means what, sir? Which purpose? Business purpose. The contract states that the lease rental for each of the first 2 years of the contract will be how much? 30,000. For the first 2 years, they are saying it's how much? The contract states that the lease rental for each of the first 2 years contract will be 30,000 per year, payable annually in advance. So they are paying in advance, yes, sir. So will you discount the first year cash flow? First January 2000 X3, year 30,000. 30,000. Then next one. After 2 years, the rental will be reassessed using the retail price index. Can I say I mentioned this or not? The price index will be given, etc. They mentioned that the after 2 years the rental payments will be reassessed using a retail price index, which at 1st January 2000 X3 was 120. Can I say when we calculated this 30,000, how much was the retail price index better? It was 126, sir. But after 2 years, on 1st January, how much is this one? 1st January is how much? 134.4. Can I say your index price is increasing? If the retail price is index is increasing, can I say the cash flows also will increase in the future? The lease payment also will increase. Yes, sir. Then it's same like your CPI. See now, if I say today the retail price is 126 and in future it is becoming 134. and I say that your payment is based on this, can I say if your payment is based on this, that means what? That means what? Can I say there is an increase in the cash flow? Yes, sir. Then the asset will be depreciated on a SLM over 8 years term of the lease. PQ as incremental rate. Have they given implicit rate or incremental rate here?
Incremental.
Increment. So you have to mention that if this is not given. Now after that they have mentioned that the 7 years 5% annuity factor is 5.786 and 5 years 5% annuity factor is 4.392. Now you say me what is annuity? Annuity is what? Annuity is the cumulative of the discount factor only. First year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth year, seventh year, they have done the total and given directly the discount factor. Now, your question. Now, this, when we recalculate the value, should we consider the original discount rate or revised discount rate?
Revised.
Revised, okay. Again, refer what is written in the notes. When should we use revise? Revise will be used only in two conditions. If the lease term is increased or the exercise option. Now in the given case, what is happening? Can I say in the given case, variable payment is changing. The payment is changing based on consumer price index or retail price index. Can I say in that case we say what? Do we use revised or original? We use original discount rate. When we will not use original, only in two cases. The first case is lease term and the second case is purchase. How you can keep this? These are the two items which you can control. Yes or no? You can control this. Can you control the CPI in the market? You can't control this. Can you control the guaranteed residual value? You can't control the guaranteed residual value. If your workers are not working properly, you have to pay more. So, if you are not able to control anything, then you follow original. If you can control it, you follow what's a revised discount rate. So, now coming back to the question here. So, we will use here original. Have they given any new rate? That is the reason in the question they have not mentioned the new rate. So explain the effect of remeasurement of the rental payments. Now, as Purvi mentioned, sir, please do this on Excel. Should we first do on Excel or here? So let us do on Excel, sir. It will be easy to write down also. Chalo then. Excel sheet is visible everywhere. It's the question one. So now, what is the lease payment they have mentioned? They have mentioned the lease payment as 30,000. This is per year, sir. Have they mentioned annually for how many years this is for? 8 years is the lease term, sir. After this, what they mentioned, this is the case of advance. Whatever is the data I know I'm writing. What is the relative price index? 124. And after 2 years, how much is this after 2 years?
134.4.
134.4, sir. Now, chalo, we are standing on what date? 1st January 2000 X 3, sir. So now, can I say we should calculate? Can I say my cash flow? My discounting factor at what rate I will take?
5%.
5%, sir. Then we get what here? We get a DCF, sir. Cash flow is how much? 30,000, sir. So this is for 1 year extra, no? 8 years. Now, will you discount the first year? No. Can I say then the next payment 1 divided by 1.05 to the power of. It is mentioned that the given case is what, sir? The given case is what? I already mentioned. Yeah, this is
So
one.
you did third for the second.
Yes, Sahana. Avoid these silly mistakes. This calculation will not come soon. If it comes also, you are very lucky. Understand? Array, no, this will be 6, no? ये क्या होगा? So 7. Have we mentioned properly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chalo. What will be my DCF, sir? This into this. I've recorded this. So how much is the value, sir? The value is how much? Your lease value today, if you discount the 8 payments also, it is coming around. So now what we will record on 1st January? Can I say debit, credit? Debit what, sir? Lease, liability, and we record right to use asset. So how much will be your lease liability, sir? This is the lease liability, sir. This is the right. Can I say on the first day only we are doing the payment, first payment? So on the first day when we do the payment, can I say credit cash that goes out and lease liability, sir? How much is this? 30,000 and 30,000. I hope this. So now let us prepare the your opening balance. Then we have what? Can I say payment we have here? First thing I will write down payment. Then we have what? Revised opening balance. Then I say what we will have here? Interest. We will have your closing balance. So now what is the opening balance? This is the opening balance. What is the payment, sir? 30,000 is the payment for the first year. How much is the revised value? This plus this. I hope I'm not going fast. This into what is the percentage here now? Can I say we should use the old percentage only as of now because we are doing this one? This plus this. So next year, this will be the opening. The payment will be this one. This will be this plus this value, sir. Then we say what? Interest is this into 5%. How much will your closing balance be? This plus this value. Any doubts still here? So this is for 2 years we have done. This is the calculation. Now can I say after 2 years, can I say the value is changing? After 2 years, there is a remeasurement. So now what is the remeasurement? What they have mentioned here now. First, the payment was based on what index rate? The retail price index was 124. After 2 years, how much is this? 134.4. Now you only say at 124, how much is your or what is the cash flow? Can I say the cash flow is how much? 30,000 at 124? Yes or no? The cash flow is 30,000 at 124. No, at 124. But how much will be the value at 130? Can I say you will take 30,000 into what there? 30,000 into new rate divided by the old one. So how much is the increase in the cash flow, beta? Can I say it is coming to 32 only? No, how much is 124 or 126? Or it is 126, my bad. 126. Let me change this. Understood this part, how you should do? See, now you can say what you can say. No, you can do cross multiplication also. For 126 it is this, sir. Then for 30,000, for 134 it will be how much? This divided by this value. Cross multiplication, 32,000. Now can I say 32,000 is the new payment which we should do? Now this new payment will be for how many years? Can I say this new payment will be for 6 years? Yes or no? The new payment, the new lease payment will be for 6 years. So now can I say first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth and sixth. Now what is the step number one? The step number one is, sir, to calculate the carrying amount. Did I calculate the carrying amount of lease liability? Yes, sir. Did we calculate the carrying amount of right to use asset? No, no. Let me calculate that right to use asset. Right to use asset value was how much, sir? This value, no? Now we will depreciate this for how many years? Depreciate this for 2 years. So divided by 8 years is the lease term into 2 years. The depreciation is this one. So your carrying amount will become how much, sir? This minus this value, depreciation. So we get 152 and we get the closing value. How much? This, and for this one is this value. Then, sir, now new carrying amount. So for new carrying amount, what is the payment we have to take, sir? The new payment, sir, that is 32,000. Now 32,000. Can I say this will remain what, sir? Now the interest rate which you should use is what? Original only, because this is not regarding any lease term or exercise purchase option. So first year, do we discount this? No, the first year value will be 1 only. For next year, what we say, sir? We will discount this for 1 year. Then we say what? See, now do not consider that, sir, we are standing on 1st January 2000 X3. No, we are standing on what date? We are standing on 1st January 2000 X5. That is a difference. Do not mix that because you're standing after 2 years. So this, chalo, let me calculate the DCF. How much is the DCF? This into this value. So now let me check what is the sum of this. How much is the liability coming? New liability. What is the value of new liability? The value of your new liability is 170,543. So now you only say me how much is the liability in your books? 159. How much is the new value? 170. So can I say that is what, sir? Increase in the liability. So how much is the increase, sir? 170 minus this value. So what is the journal entry we pass? We increase the liability and we increase the right to use asset. We record here. Use asset. How much is this, sir? This and the same value. Clear to everyone? So can I say after remeasurement, the lease liability and right to use asset will be how much, sir? Your lease liability will be the amount which is there here 159 plus the increase of this percentage. The right to use asset, what is the carrying amount? So we have depreciated and we have got this carrying amount plus your increase in value. Clear to everyone? So then what we will do? Then we will follow normal lease accounting after remeasurement. Clear to everyone the concept? Yes, okay. So how did 30,000 figure? Okay, see here now, better. This 32,000 you're saying the index rate is how much today? The index rate when we calculated 30,000 as your payment was how much? The index rate at that date was 126. So it is 30,000. If your index rate, your retail price is going up by 134, can I say the cash flow also will go up? So what will be the ultimate cash flow? For 126, it is what, sir? 30,000. So for 134, how much will be the cash flow? We do cross multiplication. This into 134 divided by 126. We get 32,000. Understood, Kishore? Yes? Okay then.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, better.
So the lease liability closing balance is the 159,884, right, for the 2 years. So right
After,
till you said, huh?
that is the reason, Sana. Now I hope you are able to link, sir. Why we will not eliminate this and directly record 170 as the right to use asset and lease liability. Why? Because the right to use asset carrying amount is different. Yes or no? Because right
It's
to use
different.
asset is depreciated.
Yeah.
That is the reason.
So what do we subtract to get the new liability? Like what numbers do we subtract?
See, this is the closing balance. If I say after 2 years, my closing balance is this much, can I say for the 6 years, I have to pay this much amount? If I say my closing liability at the end of the second year is 159, this means what? For the coming 6 years, this is my liability? Yes or no?
Mm,
But when you again recalculate how much should your liability be, your liability is coming to how much?
170.
170. So can I say there is an increase or not in the yellow and green one?
So we subtract 170 and 159.
Yes, so that you get to know what is the increase.
Then right to use asset, we don't see anything.
Right to use as a, can I say the corresponding entry will, you will record entry to what? You will record the entry to this one, yes or no? You record the entry to lease liability. And what will you increase? Debit, what you can do? Can I say if your payment is increasing, can I say it will affect the right to use asset also? Yes or no? First, you're saying increase in liability, you credit the liability. But what should you debit? The standard is saying that you should debit your right to use asset because you're paying this as a form of asset only.
Then
It's a
why did we calculate carrying amount of the right to use asset if we are not?
carrying amount. Can I say after the third year, how will you depreciate? For the third year, can I say we will depreciate this based on what? 163?
Yeah, new amount. New
Yes,
amount.
new amount. So to calculate that new amount, I have depreciated better.
Okay.
So how did you get 163?
163, this 152, see, 152 is the value of the current non-current asset at the end of the which year? At
Second year.
the end of the second year. Now, how much is the increase in my asset? 10,000.
Okay.
163.
Okay, got it, sir.
Got it? Understand the logic. Everything is calculation. So that is the reason I say it's very difficult that the examiner will give you this easy question in your exam. A full calculation. No need to explain nothing in this. What is there? Any explanation is there? You only say me.
The explanation is easier than calculations.
Now that is the reason I say SBR is easy, because explanation is easy, calculation is little bit this one, no? I hope clear है सबको ये वाला. Chalo then, let me stop sharing the screen. Let me share the iPad screen.
So then we didn't use anything, annuity factor for anything.
So annuity factor is what? Total of that only, no?
Although we could use that, but we didn't use that.
We are using Excel, no? So Excel, why should we use annuity factor? When we do on the notes, we will use annuity factor. See now. Now we will use annuity factor. Chalo now. See here now. Can I say on the first day we record what, sir? Right to use asset and lease liability. Now, have they given the discount rate? Yes, sir. They have given the discount rate of 5%, sir. Now, what should we do, sir? 5% is given here, but can I say they have given annuity factor for 7 years only? Can I say first year, will you discount that? No, you will not discount it. So that is the reason they have not included in that. So can I say the annuity factor will be how much then total? Can I say 30,000 into what? Plus 30,000 into 5.786. How much is the total? 30,000 into 5.786 plus 30,000. I am getting 203,580. 203,580 as the net. And I hope this also was the same figure which we got on Excel. Yeah, 9-1 there was. Here it is 80 because of the rounding of difference. Clear, everyone? See, annuity factor is mentioned only for 7 years. Annuity factor is from the second year. First year payment you will not discount. If you will not discount, that annuity factor is not considering it. So to make this 8 years, what you can do? 5.786 plus 1 you can do 6.786, or you can do this separately also. Then sir, for 2 years, can I say we charged what? 2 years depreciation we should charge and lease liability. Now you only say me what will be the lease liability after 2 years. See, when coming to this, how should you write down in theory? Just write down. If remeasurement is there, we will recalculate the lease liability by using the new discount rate. We compare the old amount, new amount, the difference will increase the lease liability and right to use asset, and then we follow normal accounting. So there is no such format here to answer. Just write down in simple what will go to P&L balance sheet. So can I say 203,580? On this we are applying 5%. No, first year only payment is done, no, 30,000. Then the new value will be 203,580 minus 30,000. 173,580 into 5%, 8679, sir. Opening balance, payment, revised opening balance, interest, closing balance. So how much is the closing balance? 173,580. 182259. Next year 182259 minus 30,000, 152259 on this 5% interest, 7613. 152259 plus 7613 is 159872. So this is the value, sir. Now remeasurement is there. Can I say the new lease payment will be what? The new lease payment will be based on 134.6 retail price index. So for 126 it was 30,000. For 134.6 it will be 32,000. Do cross multiplication, get this figure. Question mark 32,000. Now this 32,000, can I say from what date we have to consider this? From what date we have to consider this? From 1st January 2000, X5, X6, X7, X8. x9, x10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Till x10 we will consider this. x10. Now, have they given the annuity factor for the further? Yes. They have given 5 years annuity factor. For these 5 years, the annuity factor is 4.329. Can I say 32,000 will be discounted for 5 years? But when we calculate, we have to calculate for which? We have to calculate the first one also. We have to consider 32,000 plus 32,000 into 4.329. When you do this, how much do you get? 138,528. 170,528 is the value. This value we compare with this value. Here, can I say right to use asset? Right to use asset we have not calculated. Let me do the right to use asset also here. The right to use asset carrying amount after 2 years is how much? 1,203,582 divided by 8 years into 2. 203,580 minus, if you do this, 152,685 you get. So now how much is the increase, sir? Your increase in liability is how much? Your increase in lease liability is 17,528 minus 159,872. So how much is this? So 10,6. So what will you do? Increase the lease liability by 10,656 and corresponding adjustment is done to what, sir? It is done to your right to use asset. And after remeasurement, normal accounting is done. Clear to everyone? Yes, sir, this is clear. So with this, your remeasurement is done. So I will give one homework question. So please do try it by yourself. This will be your homework question. So please do try this. It's a just calculation and frame your answers also. Saying what will go to P&L, what will be the balance in balance sheet, etc. Homework way. So with this, your lease accounting is done. With this, lease accounting for lessee is done. Modification is pending, but I will not do. If I do, it will be a confusion and not so important modification. Remeasurement is important, but a study hub modification is given. We will do this, not now. So with this, your lessee's accounting is done. What is done? Lessee's accounting. See now. Lease contract. This is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. Remeasurement. Modification is also same like remeasurement only. Only one point is different. Now we will start with the lessee's accounting. We will do these three things now and then take a break and come back and do sublease. So with this, your IFRS 16 will be completed. So chalo now. Can I start with lessee's accounting? Everyone? And understand that the lessee's accounting is same as your lessee's accounting. Only some differences are there which we have to learn. Now, who is the lessor? Lessor is who? Can I say owner? Lesser is whom? The owner, sir. Now, when we do lessors accounting, what should we do? See here now. Lessors accounting, what all will be covering in lessors? First thing, first we have to what? Identify whether it's a operating lease or it's a finance lease. Once you identify operating lease accounting is like SLM. Over the period, we record this as an income. Now, sir, what does operating lease means? Risk and draw this flow chart. Reward is not transferred. This will help you to revise within few minutes. Not transferred. Finance lease means what, sir? Risk and rewards are transferred. Now you only say risk and rewards are transferred, not transferred. In for what one? Can I say regarding the asset? Here you have the accounting will be done based on SLM. That is rental income you have to record over the period. Rental income over the period. In this case, I'm just giving a flow chart. We de-recognize the asset and record lease receivable. We record lease receivable. Under this, there are further two categories. Under finance lease, not a manufacturer and a dealer. Manufacturer and dealer, give me 1 minute. It has been tested in your exam. Very rare. Now, this is the one which will be learned. This much is only there for lessors accounting. A very short summary. So what should we do in case of lesser? In case of lesser, your IFRS, as I mentioned, the difference between IES and IFRS is what, sir? IES is the old one. IFRS are the new one. When your lease accounting was, what we say, the old standard of the lease was reframed to IFRS 16. At that time in IFRS, in your old lease accounting, the same concept was there of finance lease and operating lease. So it is continued here. Same thing. So now what does finance lease means and what does operating lease means? We have to discuss. The first type of question that comes in your exam is identify whether it's a finance lease or operating lease for 5 marks, 4 marks or 6 marks. Identify question comes in your exam 5 or 6 marks. Now what I have written here, today I have an asset with me. I have given this to you on rent. I say what? A is there, B is there. A has given the asset to whom? B, sir. B will record what, sir? Right to use asset and lease liability. Can I say if the lessee will claim what? Recognition exemption, then what they will record? Normal expense over SLM. Yes or no? This we have learned. Now this A is who, sir? A is lesser. Now for A, first we have to determine whether it's a operating lease or finance lease. Then operating lease means what? Risk and rewards are transferred. Not transferred, sorry. Risk and rewards are transferred. Now, if I say today I have a asset, I have given to you. You are the lessee, you are accounting we have learned in the books of lessee. Now we are learning for lesser. Lesser first have to decide whether operating or finance lease. A question to everyone. Today I say that the asset life is 10 years, and I have given this to you on lease for 9 years. You only say with the basic idea, is this operating lease or finance lease? I mentioned operating lease का meaning क्या है? Operating lease means risk and rewards are transferred. In this example, you say me when I'm giving the asset life is 10 years, remaining life are 10 years. I've given this asset for you for 9 years. Finance lease or operating lease this is?
Finance.
Finance. Okay, Sahana, what about you?
They're operating.
Operating, okay. Others? Kishore, Jia?
Operating.
Operating, okay. Now, what does the term risk and rewards means what? You only say the asset has a remaining life of 10 years. I have given this to you for 9 years. If I've given this for 9 years, can I say who will take the most of the benefit here of the asset? Will I take or you will take?
Lessee.
Lessee will take, yes or no? So can I say in that case we say it is what? A finance lease. It becomes what? Finance. So you have to see the substance here. If I say today asset is there and I've given for 9 years, that means ultimately you will take every benefit. And in 1 year, what can I do? I will get scrap value. Kalepuri I'll get, yes or no? I can't do anything. Same thing. The concept applies here is what? Finance lease and operating. So this is based on the some indicators, etc. I will be giving you 5 or 6 indicators which are frequently tested in the exam. So clear to everyone, the first type is what? First we have to identify, sir, risk and reward. If risk and rewards are transferred, we say what? If I say I have given the risk and rewards to you, what will I do? I will remove the asset from my book and I will say what? I will record lease receivable. I have to receive every year from you 20,000, 20,000. If I say that it's not a finance lease, I say it's a operating lease. Operating lease means what? I will record the asset with me only and I will still record lease income over SLM. So let us go. We will learn this in detail also the calculation. But as of now, let us see the part here. See you now. Lessors accounting, sir. At inception, the lessor should classify all lease as finance lease or operating. So the lessor first should classify whether finance or operating. Sir, operating lease means what? A lease that does not transfer substantially all the risk and rewards. That means risk and rewards are not transferred. You will be taking, the lessor will take the benefit here. Everything he will control. Then, sir, in finance lease, what will happen, sir? In financially a lease that transfers substantially all the risk and rewards incidental to ownership of the underlying asset. So the risk and rewards are transferred here. Now, sir, what are the indicators which will help us? So see, these are the indicators. If any one indicator is satisfied in the question, it becomes a finance lease. Any one. So see here now. The lease transfers ownership of the asset to the lessee by the end of the lease term. Okay, I say that you have taken the asset for 7 years on lease. The useful life is how much? 10 years. I say that after lease, I will transfer this asset to you. You have the option. Now you only say, if I say that I will transfer this asset to you after 7 years, can I say it will become what? A finance lease for me. So this is one of the indicators. So the lease transfers ownership of the asset to the lessee at the end of the lease term. Then next one. Lessee has an option to purchase the underlying asset at a price below the fair value. Now, what is this? A example to everyone. With example, this will be clear. I say that useful life is 10 years, sir. I say that 7 years I have given on lease. I say after 7 years in market, the fair value of the asset is 100 rupees or $100. How much I'm saying? After 7 years, the value in the market for the asset is what? 100. But I say that today only, today only I have given an option to you that you can purchase the asset for 10 rupees. You can purchase the asset for 10 rupees. Now you only say, will you exercise this or not? In market, the value is 100 rupees, but you have the option or the right to purchase this at 10 rupees. You will do this. you will purchase and immediately sell in the market. So in this case also, I say that all the risk and rewards I will transfer to you. Ultimately, you will purchase the asset, so it becomes a finance lease. So what is the first thing we have learned, sir? The first hint or indicator, that the lease will transfer the ownership of the asset to the lessee at the end of the lease term. The second one is what? The lessee has the right to purchase the asset at what, sir? Price which is lower than the fair value in the market. Then, sir, lease term covers majority of the underlying asset useful life. Yes or no? If it is covering 70 to 80 percentage of the useful life, what will I say? Ultimately, who is taking the benefit? Most of the benefit is taken by the lessee. So this also example we have taken. No, I mentioned 10 years is the useful life, but lease term is what, sir? 7 years or 9 years. Let me make it 9 years. So this is also done, sir. Then the next one. I say today useful life of the asset is 10 years. Sir, lease term is 6 years. Is this more than 70 percentage? This is not more than 70%. So you will have a doubt, sir, is this finance lease or operating? But I say today in the market, the value, today in the market, the value is of the asset. The fair value of the asset is 120 bit. How much is the fair value of the asset today? 120. Now, when I give this on to lease to someone else, can I say what will I receive? If I give, can I say I will receive future payments? Future payments, that is lease payment. Now, when I discount these future payments, when I discount all the future payment, the discounted value of that future payment today is 115. So if the future value which I discount is 115, can I say this is also a hint or indicator saying that the lessee is paying the amount equal to the fair value, not equal, similar to the fair value here and there. So this also will become a hint for what, sir? Finance lease. See, present value of the future lease payment is substantially equal to the fair value of the underlying asset. That means more than 90 percentage. If you know the concept of IRR, you will be able to link this example very good. But as of now, this is enough. I will not go into detail. Then, sir, asset is of a specialized nature and can only be used by the lessee. Yes or no? Today you came, sir, we need an asset. And you say, sir, please modify the building as per our needs and we will pay you rent for 10 years. Can I say if I modify the asset for you, after 5 years or 6 years, once you use, can I say you will purchase that from me? Because it's a specialized one for you. I will not be able to use this or I will not be able to give this on rent. So with this, we say what? This is also a hint for your finance lease. So now, please say me what is the first hint we have learned. You have to repeat it. Chalo, say me. The first hint is that the lease will transfer the ownership at the end of the lease term. Then we say what, sir? The lease term is the majority of the useful life of the asset. Then what we have learned next one is what? What is the next one we have learned?
Option to purchase at lower than fair value.
Yes. Then what next one?
Present value of future
Present
payment.
value of future lease payment is equal to the fair value. That means more than 90%. Then what? The machine or the asset is of a specialized nature which can only be used by lessee. These all are the hint for finance lease or operating. Once you decide finance or operating, then only we can do what? The accounting. Clear? So see now, this is the next type of question that repeats in your exam frequently. So type 4 question we have done. This is the type 5 question. Decision of operating lease or we will learn the accounting also. Do not worry much. First, we will do this basic. So, how will you start your answer? Opening line. As per IFRS 16, Lesser must classify this as a finance lease or operating lease. Finance lease means risk and rewards are transferred. Operating lease means risk and rewards are not transferred. You will write down this. Then some indicators which are given by the IFRS. You will mention this. Ownership transfer to the lessee at the end of the lease. Lease contains a bargain purchase option. Yes or no? That means fair value is more, but lessee can purchase this at a lower value, sir. Then, sir, next one is what? The lease term covers major part of the economic life of the asset. The present value of the lease payment amounts to substantially all the fair value of the asset. The asset is highly specialized to the lessee's needs. Then the lessee bears the cancellation loss or residual value risk. All the risks are taken by whom, sir? Your lessee. Lessee enjoys the gain or loss from the change in the value of the residual. Whenever the value is increasing or decreasing in the market, the lessee is taking the benefit. In that case, also we say the benefit is taken by the lessee. Any one condition is satisfied, we say what? If one or more of the following applies, one or it could be more, it becomes a finance lease. If all these conditions are not met, the lease becomes a operating lease. So I mentioned here, link to the case, apply the indicators. In exam here, you insert the specific facts given, example, term of the lease, present value, all this will be mentioned. Just take it, link and write down answer. Conclusion you should give what? You will say, okay, the risk and rewards are transferred, we follow finance lease. And what we do in finance lease, we de-recognize the asset and recognize a lease receivable. If it's a operating lease, we say what, sir? Recognize rental income on SLM, straight line method. Clear to everyone? So this is clear. Let us do one question regarding this topic, finance lease and operating lease classification. Modification. Okay, I've given 3 questions are there. So one question I will do and the other questions we will discuss it. So please see the question, everyone, which I have given you. Just read and you only say what it should be. Finance lease or operating lease. Say me whether this is what's a finance lease or operating lease. Hmm. D is a lessor and is drawing up a lease agreement for a building. The building has a remaining useful life of 50 years and the lease term is 30 years. Is this an indicator for finance lease? Can I say it's not the major life here? It's only 60%. So this indicates what? It's an operating lease. Then next one, D would receive 40% of the assets fair value upfront from the lessee. So they are receiving how much here now? 40% at the end of each of the 30th year. D will receive 6% of the assets fair value as at 1st January. Legal title at the end of the lease remains with. The question is not complete.
So it's complete. It's just gone to the next line.
Yes, it remains with D. Yes. It remains with whom? D. Then what we say? But the lessee can continue to lease the asset indefinitely at a rental that is substantially below the market terms. Okay. They are saying that the lessee can continue to use the asset at a lower market rate. Can I say if you get an option to continue the asset at a lower market rate, will you exercise this or not? What will you do?
So this will be a finance lease, no, sir?
Yes, it's a finance lease, but you have to justify your answer, no? How we will justify our answer? Chalo then. If the lessee cancels the lease, it must make a payment to D to recover its remaining investment. As per IFR 16, should the lease be classified as an operating or finance? You only see. Can I say even though this indicates what operating, even this also indicates operating, but can I say any one condition should be met? Can I say the condition is what is? They can continue to use this asset at a lower market rate. So can I say this will become what? This will become
Finance lease.
finance lease. So how should we start your answer? Can I say as per IFRS 16, IFRS 16, lessor should classify the lease as a finance lease or operating lease. In case of finance lease, can I say the risk and rewards? The risk and rewards in case of finance lease, the risk and rewards are transferred. See, they have used the risk and rewards. What? Substantial risk and rewards. Yes or no? It should be substantial. It should not be less. Substantially. All the risk and rewards are in case of operating lease. In case of operating lease, risk and rewards are not transferred. See, even though in exam you will not write down regarding operating, no issues, because you have identified this is a finance lease. If you write down that much, no, it's enough. Then can I say the hints for finance lease are what? Are as follows. So what is the first thing? Lease transfers ownership of the asset to the lessee by the end of the lease term. Then what? Can I say lease term is majority part of asset's economic life? Then sir, then we can say what? at inception the present value of lease payment, the present value of the lease payment is substantially the substantially all the fair value of the asset. Then what is the next one? Can I say, see, there are a lot of entries. Lessee can continue the lease after lease term at a lower market rate. Either the lessee can purchase or the lessee can continue to operate this as a lower rate. So then how will we link to the case? Can I say the first thing we say what? Can I say the lease term is 30 divided by 50 is 60. 60% of the asset useful life. And can I say legal title is not passed to the lessee at the end of the lease term. Sir. So we have written this. So this indicates it's a it's a operating lease, sir. Operating lease. Then what is the next thing you'll say? Can I say lessee can continue to use the asset at the end of the lease term at a value lower than the market rate, sir. Lower than the market rate. Can I say this means lessee will benefit from the building over the useful life? Over the useful life. Can I say here, they have mentioned one more thing in the question. They mentioned that if lessee cancels the lease, it must make a payment to D to recover its remaining investment. Now, whatever is the remaining investment, lessee has to pay. And now you only say, does lessee have the right to cancel the contract? Can I say, lessee does not have the right to cancel. If it cancels, it has to pay the remaining investment amount. Now you only say if they have to pay the remaining investment amount, will lessee cancel it? No. So in this case, we can assume. So we can assume that the present value of lease liability is present value of your lease liability will be all the fair value of the, even though if you'll not write down this point, no such issues. Then can I say, so can I say, therefore, the lease will be a finance lease. Why? Because lessee can continue at a lower rate and take the benefit. Take the benefit. So with this part is done. Any doubts in the classifying financing or operating? So,
Sir, in the first point, the legal ownership is not passed on.
so do we see that point only written, or do we see some other I mentioned any one should be fulfilled, yes or no? Now you only say if I've given a property to you and you can take the benefit for the remaining years at a lower rate, can I say you will choose this option or not?
So we
Because you,
can mention even if the legal title is not passed on,
yes,
so it passes one of the conditions, it's
yes.
classified as.
So remember the definition of asset. Does asset says that the legal title should be with you? The asset never says. You should be right and benefits. The benefits you should take, risk and rewards. So with this part is done. Now other two questions I will do, but we will just discuss it. You can frame your answers. We will discuss it. So please see the next question and say me whether it will be finance lease or operating lease. Everyone, we will discuss. You can type out your answer and you can send me. 75. Okay. Then 1.8 divided by T. Okay.
So this is a finance lease.
It's a finance lease. Others, Yajjas, Kishore, Jia, Ishita. You have to be active in the class. It's two-way communication. One way नहीं है. मैंने बोला first day में. For me, it's very difficult to teach if you're not speaking. Finance lease. So why do you say finance lease? Chalo now. What is the judgment you? Can I say it covers 75 percentage of the life? It covers 90 percentage of the fair value, but they mention that the legal title or the does not have the option. Can I say no issues? Any one or two conditions should be satisfied. Then at the end of the lease term, ownership reverts to, can I say ownership is also not there? No issues. But the other criteria are being met, yes sir. Then the lease is non-cancelable. We can't cancel. We have to take it for 6 years, yes sir. The buses are painted in the branding name of Alpha and cannot easily be rebranded or leased to other companies during the lease term. Can I say these are specialized for what? For these are specialized for the lessee.
See.
So you can include this point also. Then what? All the risk and rewards are borne by whom, sir? A. During the lease term. You can say what? So this you can include and you can give your justification and write down your answer. The answer will be right. It's a finance lease, not a operating lease. Then chalo, one more question. Let me discuss. Chalo, chalo, same me this one now.
Sir, finance lease.
Finance lease, yes or no? What is the justification you will say?
4 out of 5 years.
So first point you will say it's 4 years covers more than this. Then can I say it is modified for Omega specific construction needs? Then it cannot be substituted. It's a lease. Cannot easily be reconfigured for the use of another customer, etc. Benefits are taken. Then can I say? Then who is the lesser or lessee here? First of all, lesser who is who? Lessee is who?
Omega is the lessee.
Omega is the lessee here. This company is what? Lesser. That is the reason in question you can see for which company we have to. Even though it becomes a confusion, see the question if it is mentioned or not. So you can write down this. Can I say then the lessee is taking all the risk? And even though it does not contain the option, can I say but the other conditions are being met? You say it's a finance lease. So with this, the first classification is done whether sir it's a finance lease or this one. Now coming to the accounting for operating lease first one. We will do the accounting for operating lease. So accounting for in case of operating lease, can I say risk and rewards are risk and rewards transferred? Risk and rewards are not transferred. So lesser will, can I say, recognize the asset in its book and apply IAS 40 or IAS 16. Yes or no, everyone? If today I've given an asset to you and I'm saying that it's an operating lease, that means I will recognize that asset in my books only. I will not de-recognize. And I will normally treat this as per IAS 40 or IAS 16. If it's my main business of giving this property, then it becomes what, sir? IAS 16. If it's not my main business, IAS 40. Then, sir, lesser will record rental income over the lesser will record the rental income over the lease term on SLM basis. Can I say where did we learn this SLM in case of your lessee? Can I say for lessee we have learned in the recognition exemption part? The same accounting, there it was expense, here it is an income, simple. So now let me show you the note. See now, accounting for operating sir. Lesser recognized collection from the lease as rental income in P&L over SLM basis. Lesser continues to recognize the asset which is depreciated to the same basis as similar standard. That is IAS 16 or IAS 40, sir. Then, sir, debit bank credit lease income. Now, this lease income, where it will go? This lease income will go to operating category or investing category. If it's the main business, to operating category. If it's not the main business, then we will record where? In the
Investing category.
investing. So depreciation also. Can I say depreciation also? Either investing or either you will say what? Operating. Operating when? IAS 16 main business and this one will be IAS 40, not main business. Any doubts in the accounting for operating lease? A very easy concept. Your finance lease is also very easy, I guarantee. Same thing, what there instead of interest expense, interest income. Simple. So now this is clear to everyone. So let me write down here only. So lease income, rental income will be recorded what? If main business, operating category. If it's not a main business, investing category. MB means I will write down this also, main business. And then OC means operating category. Then you have IC means investing category. So clear, sir. With this, I hope it is clear. So let us solve some questions now regarding this concept, operating lease. So how will you start? You will start your answer with these two sentences, huh? Should be classified, etc. Then you will write down these general points. Now see here. See, if you understand the lessee's accounting, lesser accounting, sublease will be pura copy paste same only. Now here we will not draft the answer, just say me what will be the income for first year. What are the amounts that should be recorded here?
1,75,000.
Okay. O hires out industrial plant on long-term operating lease on 1st January 2000 X1. It entered into a 7 years lease on a mobile crane. The terms of the lease are 750,000 payable on 1st January 2000 X1. So on the first day only you are paying how much? 175,000. And then following with 70,000 payable on 1st January. Okay, from 1st January 2000 X2 to 2000 X7 you are paying 70,000 each year. The crane will be returned to O on 31st December 2000 X7. The crane original cost was 880,000 and has a 25 years. Then sir, discuss the accounting treatment of the above in the year ended this one. Okay, both the questions are different. I think so both don't know again. So first let us do this one. Now you only say how should we record. Can I say we should first calculate the total income? What is the total income? 175,000 plus 70,000 into 6 payments. So what is the total income? 420 plus 175. It's 595 divided by 7 years. 7 years only, no, we enter into, yeah. So how much is the income we have to record every year? As per SLM basis. On SLM basis, we have to record the income as 85,000 per year. Understand that. Clear to everyone? Any doubts to anyone in this? Now you only say what all should we record. Can I say in P&L we will record 85,000 as an income? You will start with the answer for the first two lines, huh? That you will write down and then you will say income is this much. But what is the payment we have done? See now, credit cash is going out of 175,000 in the first year. Then in P&L we record what? Sorry, my bad. Debit what comes in? Cash is coming in of how much? 175,000 for the lesser. And in P&L they record income of 85,000. Then remaining what we will record? Can I say remaining what we will record this as? This will be your deferred income. Yes or no? The income for the first year was how much? 85. But the payment is 175. The remaining amount will be the deferred income because we have not yet realized this income. So this will be shown as what? A liability. This will be what, sir? A liability. We have received the amount, but we have not yet provided the service or we have not yet realized the profits. So this is the question. One or two past papers I've seen such calculations coming and I've written also. So same way there also you have to recognize deferred income is how much. So understand, please avoid mistake in this calculation. Huh? You have to consider the total. Do not say sir first year income will be 175 then next year 77. No, you should record the total over the years. Then please see the next question. Under a lease agreement, C receives a non-returnable deposit of 100,000 followed by a rental income of under a lease agreement, C receives a non-refundable deposit of 100,000 followed by a rental income of 100,000 paid on the first day of each year for 3 years. Can I say today we receive $100,000 plus we will be receiving how much? 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. So the asset has a useful life of 10 years and the lease agreement is classified as an operating lease. Calculate the amounts to be recognized in the first year. So you only say what is the amount that you should recognize. We have received $100,000 today, and after that we will again receive on the first day. We have received this as a deposit. Then what? Further 3 payments we will receive each year. So what is the total, sir? This into, oh, sorry, my bad. 1 lakh into 3 years, that is 3 lakh rupees. Then plus what? 1 lakh. What is your total income? Total income is what, sir? 4 lakh rupees. For how many years we are using this? The lease term is for how many years?
3 years.
3 years. So can I say divided by 3? So how much is the income? Divided by 3. The income should be 13333. But you only say what is debit credit, sir. Debit cash comes in. How much is the cash coming for the first year? 2 lakhs. In PNL, you record this as an income of 13333. Can I say on the credit side, what will you record? Deferred income. How much? 66667. Now you should say how will this deferred income be recorded? It will be recorded as what? It will be recorded as your, it will be recorded in the normal way. This will be shown as a liability and this one will be shown as this one. So with this, I hope the operating part is clear to everyone. Any doubts in operating? So with this, no discounting will come here. Normally you record on SLM basis. So see, this is the next question, second question. Third question, sorry, not. So see here now. Let me paste the answer also as we have already written. No? Let us do the next part here. Let me paste the answer so you will get an idea, sir. How should we prepare this? So please see here now the question. On 1st January 2000 X4, P Limited, the lessor, enters into a 10 years operating lease with Delta for commercial office. Annual lease payment are how much? 25 lakhs rupees payable at the end of each year. The building has a total economic life of 40 years. That is the reason, can I say only 10 years we have taken. So that is the reason it's a operating. And ownership will remain with P only at the end of lease term. P Limited retains all major risk and rewards of the ownership, including the maintenance. So it becomes a operating lease. P Limited classifies property leasing as part of its main business. So they are saying it's what are main business. If it's main business, can I say everything will go to operating cap? Using IFRS 16 principle, explain how P Limited should account for this operating lease. Can I say first we say what? As per IFRS 16, this is an operating lease. So risk and rewards are retained. Ownership does not transfer. So the lease term is because of this, etc. You'll write. The underlying office building is not de-recognized. Yes or no? We will not de-recognize. P will treat this as a ordinary business and everything will be carried under IAS 16. So the building will continue to be depreciated systematically over 40 years. So the useful life is 40 years economically. For that 40 years we will depreciate it. Then next one, sir. Rental payment of 250,000 are recognized as a lease income. Yes or no? Now you only say if you do 25 lakhs into 10 years, and again you divide by 10 years. Can I say ultimately the value will come how much? 25 lakhs only, no? So that is the reason this is recorded, and this will be shown in what's operating category. Depreciation will be shown under operating category. Any maintenance and will be taken by P, so will be shown under operating category. Understood operating lease? I hope with this everyone has a very good idea regarding operating lease. Now with this your operating lease part is completed. Now coming to the finance lease. Let us do finance lease and then take a break. So see here, a very easy, same as your what? Whatever we have learned for lessee, right to use asset, etc. That way. Now in finance lease, can I say what will happen? Risk and rewards are transferred. So lesser will de-recognize the asset. Can I say once we de-recognize the asset, can I say for sure gain or loss will be there or not? And recognize lease receivable. And any difference will be gain or loss. Others, I hope it is clear to everyone. Jia, Kishore, Sahana, you just yes sir. Then chalo now. So nothing is tough here, everything is easy. So whatever amount as a lesser, you will discount it and record it. Now you only say if you record lease receivable, what all will you receive? If you are a lesser, what all you will receive? Can I say you will receive what? The payments from what? Lessee. Now the payment of lessee, can I say includes 5 things? All the 5 things we should consider here. That is what, sir? Fixed payment, variable payment, penalties, exercise option, and GRV. And then plus present value of UGRV. As a lesser, assume yourself as a lesser. If you are a lesser, can I say every year I will be paying? When I will be paying, what will I consider? My lease payments. So same way, whatever lease payments are considered by lessee, you will also consider that. Plus what? You will also consider the unguaranteed residual value. Can I say that unguaranteed residual value will get from the market? If you remember the iPhone example which I had taken, guaranteed amount will be provided by them. So this is the accounting for financing. Now you only say once your accounting for lessee is easy, the lesser accounting is something new. Nothing. It's same. So that is the reason I say if your F7 is good, SBR is nothing. For some topics. Some topics are new that you have to learn. So see now here. Now in this also I mentioned what, sir, there are two types. First we are learning the basic one. Accounting, finance lease, recognition. Lesser de-recognize the underlying asset because risk and rewards of the ownership has been transferred to the lessee. Lesser recognize the lease receivable. That lease receivable will be known as what? Net investment in lease. And then can I say over the period we will record this as what? Interest income. Now this interest income you will not record this in finance lease. Please change this. You will not record this in finance lease. It was as per you will not record this under financing category. You will record this under operating category if it's the main business activity, investing category, not main business activity. Whatever the lease income which you will say, sir, it should come in financing. No, but the standard is saying what? It will be a lease finance income. This finance income, if it's my main business is of what? Giving the property, etc. on rent and then transferring it. It becomes operating category. If not, it will go under which category? Investing category. So see here now. Debit, credit asset we remove at the carrying amount, sir? Yes, sir. Then, sir, we record lease receivable. Lease receivable, how do we record? Net investment in lease. Now, what is net investment in lease? Whatever present value the lessee used to calculate, same thing, plus the present value of the unguaranteed residual value will take. Then you say whatever is the difference will be the balancing figure. It will be what? Gain or loss on what? On derecognition of the asset. Derecognition of the asset. So now where should we take? Investing category or operating category? Same. If it's the main business, operating. If it's not main business, investing. Then sir, over the period, we will increase the lease receivable. Same the amortization table which we present. Opening, interest, payment, closing. Same here. Here what we say? Instead of interest expense, we say interest income. Here we say interest payment. Here closing balance. Then see, net investment in lease is what? Present value of the lease payment. Present value of the lease payment means what? Same as the lessee. Plus unguaranteed residual value are discounted at the interest rate implicit in the lease. Whatever is the interest rate implicit in the rate, we will use that. So please see the part, the table here, opening balance, interest rate, actual payment received, and this one. So now, sir, for this closing balance, can I say this becomes a lease receivable? So this lease receivable, there will be an impairment. Now what is impairment? We will come to this later. This we cover in IFRS 9. Impairment of receivables is covered in IFRS 9, and there also we will learn this. So with this, your finance lease, the first basic part is done. So let us do a basic question so that,
Sir,
yes, better.
sir, in that table that we just saw,
Huh.
why are we subtracting the interest received? Isn't it an income for us?
Interest, are we reducing or we are adding on? You know that?
So in the table it was subtraction
One
something
minute,
like that.
let me check. I would have done some mistake then.
It's showing A plus B minus C.
So once you receive the payment, can I say, once you receive the payment, can I say your receivable will come down?
Oh, okay, like that.
Yes or no? If
Yes,
I
sir.
say you have a receivable of 10,000, out of that I'm paying 2,000, you will say, sir, my remaining receivable is how much?
8,000.
8,000. So that only we are doing better. So see the first question. What is happening with this now? So please see a very basic question. Implicit rate is given and they have given this. So now it's a finance lease. They have mentioned what is the rental here. They have mentioned the rental is 150,000, 150,000, 150,000. After that, they have mentioned expected GRV. Can I say GRV also we will receive from whom? The lessee. And can I say UGRV also we will have to consider. Now this is which year? Can I say year 1, 2, 3, 3 and 3? Yes or no? The discounting factor will be at what's a 10%. So this will be 0.909, 0.826, 826, 0.751, 0.751, 0.751. Then what will be a DCF? So 136,350, 123,900, 112650, 20,000 into 0.75, 15020, 30,000 into 22530. So 136,350, 1239 plus 112650, 154. It's 410450. So we say what? Debit, credit, finance, lease. So we have got this as the value. So what we say? How should we frame the answer? Can I say, have they given the carrying amount of the asset? Yeah, they have given carrying amount. Can I say, as per IFRS 16, the lessor should de-recognize the asset and record the lease receivable. Should record lease receivable. So can I say lease receivable will be the present value of lease payment plus present value of GRV plus present value of UGRV. So that is how much? 410450. So a gain or loss is recognized as we dispose of the asset. So that is how much, sir? Debit, credit. Carrying amount of the asset is 250. Then investment is how much? Asset is how much? Your asset, no, lease receivable. Lease receivable is 410450. So credit P&L as a gain of 160450. That is 160450. Operating category, it's the main business. Then can I say we will record what? Finance income. Finance income over the 3 years. Over the 3 years, we record this as a finance income. So how much will be the finance income for the first year? That is 410450 into 10%. That is 41054 under operating category. Clear? Lease receivable. Lease receivable will be 410450 plus 4105 minus what is the payment every year we are receiving here? 150. So it's 301495. This is your accounting for whom? Your lessor. So with this, I hope everyone have understood the concept of the accounting for this one. So what you can do, we have done. Should we do this question and then take a break, or should we take a break? Others? Saving.
So we'll take a break.
Yes, we'll take a break. It's better. So it's 11, 12, 15. So be back by 11:27. Chalo, chalo. Chalo, come back. Yes or no if you're back. Semi. Thumbs up. Yes, okay. Chalo then. Now, let us start with the question number 2. So here we will present this answer. So you will get a basic idea how to write down the answer also. On 1st January 2000X3, T, the lessor, enters into a finance lease with A for a piece of specialized machinery. The mention is a specialized machinery, so that is the reason it's a finance lease. The lease term is 5 years, which is equal to the machine's useful life. Okay, this is also indicator. The lessee requires Alpha Limited to pay T annual installment of 1.2 million payable in arrears. So every year they have to pay 1.2 million. The present value of the lease is how much? 4.5 million, calculated using the implicit rate of 8%. The carrying amount of the machine in the books is how much? 4.2. Can I say the difference will be what? The difference will be your income. Leasing is not considered the lessor's main activity. It's not the main activity. So where do we record this? We will record this in your
Investing category.
investing category. So how we will start with the answer? So what is the first thing we say? As per IFRS 16, finance lease, the lessor should de-recognize the asset and record lease receivable, and the difference will be recorded as prof in P&L, will be recorded as a gain or loss in P&L. Under which category? Investing category. It's not the main business. Then sir, after this what should we do? Can I say the lease receivable will be 4.5 million dollars, as that is, no, let me, lease receivable will be present value of the lease payment plus present value of UGRV, that is 4.5 million dollars. UGRV is not there here. Then what we say? The carrying amount, that is 4.2 million, and the net investment in lease is how much? That is your lease receivable. Your net investment is lease is 4.5 million. Can I say the difference of how much is the difference? The difference of 3 million is recognized as a gain in P&L, reported under investing category. Yes sir. Then can I say over the 5 years lease income will be recorded under which category? Can I say under investing category? Under investing category at 8%. So what is the first year income? Can I say we can calculate this? That is 4, The first year income is finance income is 4.5 into 8 million, 0.36 million dollars in PNL. Can I say the lease receivable in the SOFP will be 4.5 million plus 0.36 minus the payment is how much every year? 1.2 million. So 4.5 plus 8 percentage minus 1.2. This is 3.66. Lease receivable should be, can I say, should be impaired as per IFRS 9. So with this is the way how you present your. So with this, your finance lease is also done. Any doubts to anyone in finance lease now? See, under finance lease, I mentioned two things to you. First one is what, sir? The first one is the finance lease, that is not a manufacturer and dealer. So till now, whatever we have covered is what? Not a manufacturer dealer. Now we will be covering the case of what? Everything is same, only one difference. Dealer. Can I start with this case, manufacturer and dealer now? See now, this works with what? No. See, let's take Ram is there. Ram wants to purchase BMW car. So he will visit what? The store nearby dealer. He will go to a dealer. Now Ram will ask what? The price for a car. So the dealer will say what? Rupees 1 CR, 1 crore. But Ram is saying that it is very huge, big amount. As of now, I will not be able to pay this, etc. Then the manufacturer or dealer will say what here? See, today if you purchase, the price is how much? 1 CR. Ram is saying, as of now, I will not have money. I do not have this money. So, Ram will say what to the dealer? He does not have money. Ram will say to the dealer as what? Arrange me some finance. Yes or no? Normally, when you purchase any car, yes or no, if amount is not there, then the dealers or the manufacturers will say what? Please arrange for a bank so that they'll provide you finance. Now, in this case, if you go and finance, so the store will do what? They will have a financer. Let's take it SBI Bank. Now, SBI Bank is giving you finance. Can I say if SBI Bank is giving you finance, can I say SBI Bank will earn what? Interest. And what will the dealer earn? Profit on the sale of the car. But now what is happening? The dealer will say what? Instead of you going to the financer, so dealer will say that we will only finance this. That means they are saying that every year you can pay what? So for 5 years, you can pay us 25 lakhs rupees. So if for 5 years you will be paying 25 lakhs, 25 lakhs, 25 lakhs, 25 lakhs, you only say me how much will this be? It will be 1.25 CR. So that means what? The showroom or the dealer will say what? You pay 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 for 5 years. At the end, you take the car to your home. Now the car is with you. You use. Once the payment is done, you take to your home. So this is known as what? This is also a finance lease for whom, sir? Manufacturer and dealer. So if your manufacturer is providing the finance also and selling this car also to you after 5 years, can I say manufacturer is making two profits here? Manufacturer is making two types of income. So the first income is what, sir? The first income is lease receivable and the second one is the profit on which. Yes or no? It is 1 CR. They are selling to you for 1 CR. It would have cost them what? 80 lakhs. Can I say 20 lakhs profit you will record today? And can I say the remaining? What is the remaining, sir? This remaining 25 lakhs will be recorded as what? Over the period as an income. What will you say? Over the period as an income. Understood the case? Is this practical or not? This has not been tested in SBR. So be aware the coming attempts it can be tested. I've not seen a question. Topic is there in your syllabus. It has been mentioned in the study hub also and the docket also that this topic is important. Not seen such a question, but be prepared. So now see here, manufacturer and dealers. Manufacturers and dealers. If a lessor is a manufacturer dealer, then the lessor will make two types of income in a finance lease. A profit or loss, that is fair value of the inventory minus the cost of the inventory. 1 CR minus 80 lakhs, 20 lakhs is the profit, sir. And finance income arising from the lease arrangement, that is the remaining 25 lakhs. Treatment. See here now. What should you do? See here now. We should record what's the same. Sir, we will record lease receivable. We will say asset is going out. And on the same date, we record what? Credit sales, and we record cost of goods sold. So ultimately, the profit will be recorded in the books. So see here now. Sir, sale of the asset is recognized in the period when the lease commences. The day when the commencement is done of the lease, on that day only you record the sale. Finance lease is recognized in the normal way over the lease term. So can I say lease receivable will also be recorded? Then sir, sale or revenue. Now the sale or revenue will be recorded at lower of two things. Lower of fair value of the asset, whatever is the fair value of the asset. Can I say in the example fair value was how much? 1 CR. Or lease payment, whichever is the lower one. So carrying amount will be what? Can I say carrying amount of the asset? You will say carrying amount of the asset minus present value of the unguaranteed residual value. So these are the two important parts which you have to consider. Sales will be what? Lower of fair value or the lease payment, or in case of cost of goods sold, whatever is the carrying amount of the asset less unguaranteed residual value, we will reduce it. Then fifth one, initial cost of arranging the lease are recognized as an expense in the same period. To do this, can I say to do this lease, the dealer or the Maruti Suzuki dealer will have some expense or not, some brokerage fees etc, that will go to P&L straightforward, one shot. So now, so with this part is done. So now can we solve a question regarding this so that it becomes clear, this concept? So please see this question, everyone. Everything they have given, just we have to frame the answer, simple. T company buys and sells trucks and lorries. Truck store that buys on first in June 2006, it agreed to obtain an articulated truck from a supplier and lease it to the final customer rather than selling it outright. So they are saying what? They have taken from a supplier and they are leasing it to the final customer and sell it outright. Once the lease amount is paid, they sell it. The truck was purchased for the cost of how much? 280,000. on 1st July 2006 and immediately leased to the customer. Can I say when are we leasing? What is the commencement date here? Commencement date is 1st July. Inception date is 1st June and leased under 4-year lease. The lease arrangement requires customers to pay $100,000 annually in arrears and implicit rate is 10%. So for 4 years they are paying 4 lakh rupees. We have to discount, which is the commercial rate. The unguaranteed residual value is how much? 20,000. The present value of future lease payment they have given 314 at 1st July, and the present value of the unguaranteed is also given. The fair value of the truck is also given to us. Can I say the fair value of the truck will represent what? The selling price. The fair value will be the selling price. Now explain how IFRS 16 is applied to the arrangement in the year ended 30th June 2007. Identify the amount to be recognized in P&L. So we say what? As per IFRS 16, can I say in case of manufacturer and dealer, the manufacturer, can I say here it's a dealer? Sorry. In the case of manufacturer and dealer, the dealer will make two types of income, that is profit on the sale and lease income over the lease term. So can I say the sale of the asset should be recorded, or the sale of the asset should be recognized. Let me write down this. Recognized at the commencement date of the lease. Can I say the lease receivable, that is net investment in lease, is also recognized. Net investment in lease is always recognized in the basic finance lease arrangement. So is recognized. Now can I say what will this be? Your net investment. So what is the value? That is what? Can I say directly they have calculated a year? That is, so your net investment lease will be what? Your net investment in lease is present value of lease payment plus what? Present value of any unguaranteed residual value. Can I say? Let me continue in this only. Therefore, the net investment in lease is how much is the value they have given? Your 13,600 and 3 lakh 17,000 plus 13,600. So 330,600 is the value which we record. Can I say the asset is replaced by what here now? Can I say the asset, the carrying amount of the asset is replaced by the your net investment in lease? So now, so the underlying asset is derecognized and it is replaced by the lease receivable. It is replaced by the lease. So what is the entry with past? Debit, credit? Can I say asset is going out? The carrying amount was how much? Before that, let us record the sales. Credit sales. How much is the sales? Fair value. Fair value, they have mentioned this one. Okay. Now, your sales value will be what better? Can I say sales value will be lower of two things? Yes or no? Lower
Fair
of
value of asset and
lease.
present value of lease
Check.
payment.
So can I say sales will be how much then? Can I say the value is how much? This one, present value of lease payment is lower. Then you will say credit bank, sir. Bank, you, before that, let us record lease receivable. So how much is the lease receivable here? 3, 600 is the value which we have calculated. The cost of sales is how much? Cost of sales, the cost of sales is 280 minus the guaranteed residual value we have to take. So let me say revenue is recorded lower of fair value of the asset or present value of the lease payment receivable. Then what we say? Cost of sales. Cost of sales in P&L, it will be how much? Carrying amount of the asset minus the present value of UGRV. So in the given case, what is the carrying amount of the asset? Can I say 280? 280 minus 13,600. So this will be 266,400, sir. So the cost of sales is debit cost of sales is 266,400. Then we say what? Then normally we say that finance income, your lease receivable, we have recorded that lease receivable will be over the years we record finance income, etc. But now here, what is the can I say credit cash is going out here? 280 credit cash is going out, yes or no, everyone? Because we are doing this. Now, do not say me, sir, cash is coming in. Cash is not coming in today. Yes or no? Cash is coming in over the periods. At the end of the first year, cash will come in. So then what will be the profit here? Can I say profits will be what? Profit that is recorded in P&L under operating category, under operating category, sir. So now how much is this? What is the sales value? Your sales value was 317, yes, minus the cost was 266,400, yes. The profit will be 3360 in operating category. Can can I say at the year end, lease receivable will be amortized will be amortized at the implicit rate implicit rate that is implicit rate in the lease. So how much is that? What is the percentage here? They mentioned 10 percentage will be recorded. Therefore, lease income, can I say interest income? Interest income of So before that, let us draw the table here and see. So what is the opening? 330,600. Then 10% is 330,60. Payment is 1 million per year. So 330,600 plus 330,60. It's 463660. So that is lease. Therefore, interest income of 3306 will be recorded in P&L, and lease receivable balance, the lease receivable balance presented in SOFP is 463660. So with this, your lease accounting major part is done. So we have completed the lessee's accounting, lessor's accounting. Any doubts to anyone here now? Now the last topic is P&L. Okay, you are asking the category. Have I not mentioned the category? Now you only say which category you will record this. Which category we will record this? Can I say in case of manufacturer and dealer, this is case of manufacturer and dealer or no? It's their main business. Can I say where will you record this? Operating category, no? It's their main business. So we will report this into P&L better. Now coming to sublease. Understand the concept. A very easy concept already we have learned. Just we have to understand one point here. With that, this part is done. Today I say that a person A is there. Assume me, I am A. I am giving a property to you on lease. You are B. So you will be what, sir? Lessee. I will be what, sir? Lesser. Now for lesser, what should we follow, sir? Can I say we have to see whether it's an operating lease or we have to see finance lease? So if it's operating lease, rental income will be recorded on SLM, sir. If it's a finance lease, what we will do? It's a finance lease, what we will do? Can I say in case of finance lease, we will de-recognize the asset and we will record what? And record lease receivable. Difference in P&L, sir, as gain or loss. Now say me, what will the lessee do? Lessee will record what, sir? Debit, right to use asset, credit, lease liability. Or if the lessee will apply a recognition exemption, we say what? On SLM basis, we record, sir, expense. Now, if I have given a property today to you on lease, can I say, now either you will do what, sir? You will say, sir, we will use this for business purpose. Now, if you're using for business purpose, are you giving to someone on lease? No, you're using for your business purpose, accounting is done. But I say that you say, sir, we are giving this to someone else. What you're saying? We are giving this to someone else on rent now. Can I say you are doing what here now? You are subleasing it. You are giving to C. So you are giving to C here now. Now understand an important part. Can I say this is what? This is the main lease. This is the main lease contracts. Can I say this is what? Sublease. This is a sublease. So this will be known as what, sir? This will be known as your head lease. That is the main lease. So now till here there is no such doubt because we've already covered the accounting treatments. Now say what will B do, sir? Can I say B will do what? B will say what? It's right to your lease that. Now can I say this B will become what? Can I say this B will become a sub lesser now? B will become what now? Sub lesser. Now when B will become lesser, can I say we have to do the accounting as per lesser also? Sub lesser, or we say intermediate lesser, or a third party. So now what will S say now? Your this one sub lesser. You have to decide whether operating lease or finance lease. Now he have to decide what this. Now when he decide whether it's a operating lease or etc., the basis should be based on what? The basis should be based on what? It should be based on right to use. Can I say if the exemption is availed, it will always be what? It will always be a operating lease. It will not be a finance lease. If the lessee is saying what? If the lessee is saying that we are following what? Recognition exemption. We are following recognition exemption. In that case, if they sublease this, in that case, it will always be what? Operating lease only. But when the lessee records right to use asset and lease liability, this right to use asset and lease liability, if it has been done some sublease, we have to decide whether operating or financing. Now in operating, what is the accounting we have learned? Can I say risk and rewards are not transferred? What we do now here? Can I say rental income over SLM? Yes or no? And can I say we should record interest expense also from the main lease? And what should we do, sir? And can I say we should record depreciation for that asset also? If I say it's a finance lease means what? Risk and rewards are transferred, sir. In this case, what we record? Can I say we record? We de-recognize the asset. De-recognize what, sir? Right to use asset. We record what, sir? Lease receivable. We do what? We record interest expense as per main lease. As per main lease. Understood, everyone? Now you only say, can I say everything is a linkage or not? Whatever we have studied from the starting is covered in sublease only, nothing. So if a lessee becomes a sublessor, he have to do the accounting for lease also as a lessee, and as a lessor also he have to do accounting. Now a big question, sir, what will C do then? Now can I say C will say what? Either they will record right to use asset, lease liability, and they will say recognition exemption. Now, sir, if the C is giving to someone, the cycle will repeat. The cycle will repeat. Now, sir, when we decide whether it's an operating lease and finance lease, it should be based on what? Based on right to use asset. You will not say based on this lesser's accounting. No, no, no. You will say what? To decide whether it's a operating lease or financing lease. If I say you have taken this asset for 5 years lease and you have given this for sublease for 4 years, you only say me, is this operating or finance lease?
Finance.
Finance. Instead I say that you give this, instead of this you say, I say you give for sublease for 2 years. This is your lease term. Then we say it's a finance lease, this will become a operating lease. Each and everything are same. So with this, it will be a very good revision of whatever. See what you can do. Once whatever I have written here, see here now. A and B will be head lease, original lease. This is a sublease. So see this flow chart which I have drawn here will cover everything. Head lesser, sir, lesser. Operating lease, financing lease, he have to decide. If operating lease, do not de-recognize the asset, rental income on SLM, sir. If it's a finance lease, risk and rewards are transferred, de-recognize the asset, record net investment in lease, remove the asset, difference will go to P&L as a gain or loss. Lessee will do what, sir? Lessee will record either right to use asset or recognition exemption. Then if I say it becomes a sublessor, in that case, two things. If they are following recognition exemption, in that case, If it's a, it will always be what? It will always be operating lease. Financing lease will not come into picture. Income on SLM basis. If it's a right to use asset and we have to decide whether it's operating lease or financing. Operating lease, risk and rewards are not transferred. Do not de-recognize the asset. Which asset you will not de-recognize? The right to use asset, huh? Because the right to use asset is this one. So rental income on SLM, note, charge depreciation on ROU and interest on lease liability. If it's a finance lease, de-recognize ROU, record net investment in lease and difference in P&L. Note, do not charge depreciation on ROU because it's not there in the book. Interest on lease liability should be recorded. Of which one? Head lease. So with this, your sublease topic is also done. Any doubts in sublease? Huh? Clear? It will take little bit time to digest. But if the lessees and lessors accounting is clear, you will understand this easily. So with this, for today it's done. What will I do? I will give you two questions. So please try it by yourself. If not, tomorrow we will write down the answer. First, starting when we come, we will discuss the answer regarding these questions. So please type out your answer and tomorrow we will discuss this question in the class. Morning we will first discuss this and then we will start with the revenue chapter. I thought that I will complete, but no issues. But major part is done. This is nothing. This is question number 2. Yeah. So these are the two questions. Please try it. Type out your answer. So tomorrow we will again I will revise this and I will write down the answer and then we will shift to your revenue chapter. So tomorrow revenue, the 5 steps we will try to do in the class. We will try to complete the first 5 steps. What are the 5 steps? So this I'm sharing the PDF. Anyone, any doubts? Others? So modification is pending, I know. We will do it. Not so important. I have not seen such a question, but we will do for sure. Why I did not take? Because remeasurement and modification, you will confuse yourself. So with this, for today, you are done. Kishore, Jia, you just understood?
Yes.
Yes? Okay then. Is it difficult to sit for 5 hours? Yes or no? But chalo. If you interact and if you solve, no, if you have that spirit of learning, then 5 hours will not be a headache. So when you're sitting, please take a support at the back and sit with etc. If not, your back will start paining for 5 hours if you're sitting. Simple. So with this, let's end this session. Tomorrow we will meet. So your IFRS 16 is done. Tomorrow we will type out the sum. So let me give how should you frame your answer also. No? I will give you so it can help you. Nothing new in this, huh? Try to use this and frame it. And tomorrow we will type. I'll write down the answers in the class. No issues in that. We will do here. But I want you to I will I will share it again. No. Hmm. So with this, can we end the session now? Then bye bye. Have a good day. Signing off. Radhe Radhe to everyone.